want them to attain and sustain not a job, but longevity. Longevity and long life. That's what we want. My name is Maya Shackelford. I work for the North Lawndale Employment Network Ready Chicago program. Ready stands for Rapid Employment and Development Initiative. Specifically, one of my participants had been shot at least 2 or 3 times. So he is a survivor of gun violence. When he got out of the hospital, he came to our program. When he came in, he had a plan. He said, I want to get my GED. I want to go into CNC, and I want to get my CDL. That takes a lot of courage and a lot of bravery. I remember having multiple conversations with him where he would be getting down on himself, having some doubts, having some relational issues at home, just multiple things that were going wrong for him, but having conversations that would remind him of who he was, that he had a goal that he set for himself, and that though life may come and tossle you this way or that way, when you keep your feet planted, knowing that you can withstand all things, right? I'm so proud of him and his determination and his commitment to himself. That's the kind of work that we do. That's how we put people in position to be able to have autonomy over their lives.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Hopefully the fire drill will be the one hiccup, but we're gonna get back on track. But I wasn't worried because I know it's our 11th conference, and every year I'm just so amazed by just how kind everyone is, how passionate, and how much community building happens at these events. Today we gather as a community, gun violence prevention advocates and allies from across the country who want to see a country free from being harmed. We have many people in the room today and hundreds of people online, so I want to welcome our online audience as well. On behalf of everyone at CAP, just thank you so much for being here. This is the highlight of my year every year, and we have another stellar program with so many great speakers. I want to give a big shout out to our steering committee who volunteered their time to make sure that we had some important themes, that we covered topics that maybe don't get covered before, or new ways and new speakers to cover the topics that we need to continue to reassess and come back to. Yesterday was really an honor to have 140 gun violence survivors gathered in this very room to build community and share their stories. Right now, they're on the Hill, channeling their loss into purpose, so other families don't have to suffer the pain that they live with every day. I'm very excited that they'll be joining us. Many of them will be joining us for the programming, especially the breakout sessions in about an hour. So I hope you'll welcome the new faces when they arrive. It's been a very heavy time when they share their stories, and whether it's with each other or on the Hill with advocates, with staff. And it just, again, this is why we do this every year. I want to thank you all for making your communities safer and a better place. Whether you call home base a hospital, a house of worship, a courtroom, a state house, a university, or your neighborhood and your block. No, I think we've had, the past couple years, we've had so many government officials, whether it's ATF leaders and senators, people from public health, from CDC, victim services. We've had so much excitement. And I think it's important to acknowledge that this year feels a little bit different. It's been a tough year for a lot of us, not just for the movement, but I think the country as a whole. And I think we need to name that the CDC is being gutted. The ATF is facing a more than 25% budget cut and might get rid of 2/3 of their inspectors that make sure that gun dealers aren't selling guns illegally that are flowing into our communities and causing harm. We worked so hard to make sure that we could actually get federal funding for research for gun violence as a public health issue. And we encourage so many young scholars to dedicate their careers to studying this, and that whole pipeline is under threat. We've been, funding for community violence intervention programs, something that we've been talking about every year as one of the most exciting and important approaches to preventing violence. We've seen grants disappear, and we've seen the systems change. We've seen funding from the Bipartisan Safer Community Act be pulled out of schools, so there's less mental health counselors. And beyond this, we've seen federal law enforcement that should be making sure that people are held accountable for trafficking guns and the violence that they're committing, being moved to immigration enforcement and masked ICE agents undermining the rule of law. We've seen political violence, threats to democracy. The list goes on, but that's not what today's about. Today is about hope and about progress and about our successes. When we zoom out, we look at the trajectory of the past decade or the past 11 years, something remarkable becomes clear. We're winning. We're saving lives. We're reshaping what is possible in this country. And we need to savor each and every victory. Let's start with gun violence is falling in communities across the country. And some of the largest declines are in cities that have invested in prevention, have stronger gun laws, and are holding the gun industry accountable. We know that's not enough. One of the many things that unites all of us in this room is our knowledge that one shooting is too many. But we've seen cities innovate. We've seen states lead. We've seen local coalitions grow stronger than ever. In the past year, voters in Maine have overwhelmingly voted in support of a ballot initiative to establish extreme risk protection orders. Rhode Island passed a full assault weapon ban. Colorado passed a unique bill that establishes a permit to purchase system that requires a background check and safety training to buy an assault weapon. Following years of pressure by many people in this room, new laws in California, Alabama, and Tennessee, Glock is redesigning its pistols so they can't be easily modified with an auto-sear or a Glock switch that converts semi-automatic firearms into automatic pistols that fire an entire magazine's worth of ammunition in seconds. Washington State became the latest state to enact a permit to purchase law, one of the most effective gun violence prevention policies that we have. Medicaid dollars are going to hospital-based community violence intervention and prevention programs after years of advocacy. Additional state and local offices of violence prevention are being established, codified into law, and given increased funding to help coordinate and support violence prevention efforts. Just as the setback list is long, our successes are even longer. And these victories didn't happen by accident. They happened because of you, your persistence, your organizing, your storytelling, your research, your policy advocacy, and your refusal to give up. This is not the moment to lose hope. We can acknowledge our challenges without surrendering to them. This is the moment to recommit and to remind ourselves that progress has never been linear. This movement is strong, you are strong, and together we can make our community safer for generations to come. I hope we use our breakout sessions, our lunch, our networking session at 4 p.m. to find allies, think creatively about new partnerships, and take back new ideas to your community. Throughout the day, we're going to sprinkle some success stories throughout the day to make sure that we keep our spirits up. Please check on each other. And please enjoy this community that I look forward to kind of hosting every year. A little bit of housekeeping. If you see seats, when you come in for sessions, if you see seats in the front empty, please come up and join us. I want everyone to feel like we're all together. If you do need to have conversations, try not to do it right outside of the doors. Maybe go a little bit further into the lobby. We have some phone rooms. If you need to take a call, just ask a staff member, and we'll point you in the right direction. And just be kind to each other and kind to yourself. I'm very excited to bring up our first guest speaker, John Lindsay Poland, coordinator of Stop U.S. Arms to Mexico. Thank you.
Good morning. Love thy neighbor. Is it so hard? Our neighbors are too loud, or they're too quiet. We think they're judging us, or we judge them. We are in this work because it could happen to us, to our children, but also because it is happening to our neighbors. And not just to our neighbors in these 50 states, but beyond our borders. A gun purchased in the United States is as likely to be used in a homicide in Mexico as in the United States. Purchased in Texas or Arizona, but also in Florida or California or Wisconsin, manufactured in Massachusetts or Tennessee, with bullets made in Illinois or Missouri, based on decisions made here in Washington, D.C. This is the guns trafficked illegally. Mexico is also the biggest legal importer of US guns in all Latin America. Cristina Bautista's son, Benjamin, was taken on a rainy September night by police armed with guns made in Connecticut and legally exported, who acted with a criminal group armed with trafficked guns, while the army surveilled it all. These gunmen were likely protecting drugs bound for Chicago. Love thy neighbor. It starts with getting to know them, their children, their loves, their funny humor, and accompanying them in our lives and in our politics. Please welcome Cristina Bautista, one of the parents of the 43 Ayotzinapa students disappeared in Guerrero, Mexico in 2014, who have kept the flame of solidarity and justice burning.
Nestle nostimen machon tlapaluanikan, painguayikalpan, tlasocamatihuayinica campatechon centralque. Buenos días a todos presentes. Agradecerle a los que organizaron y a las personas que nos recibieron en este lugar. Muchas gracias. Es un honor estar aquí con ustedes, aunque es un honor que nace del dolor. Hoy vengo a hablar de un tema que me ha marcado la vida y a miles de familiares. El tráfico, la circulación y el uso de armas de fuego, no solo de las armas ilegales, también armas legales que terminan en las manos equivocadas. Yo no vengo como experta, sino como madre de Benjamín Asensio Bautista, a más de 11 años de la desaparición forzada de los 43 normalistas de Ayotzinapa que pasó en Guerrero. Nos ha cambiado la vida para toda la familia y nos han obligado a aprender a vivir con una herida que no cierra, pero también con una fuerza que no sabíamos que teníamos desde esa experiencia. Quiero decir que la producción de venta y de desde circulación de armas legales o ilegales es una amenaza directa para las personas, para las comunidades y para los países. Las armas se vuelven herramientas para sembrar miedo, extorsionar, amenazar, destruir vidas enteras. Matan confianza, matan proyectos, matan futuros. El uso de las armas también han permitido que civiles armados desafíen al Estado y pretendan imponerse por encima de la ley, por encima de la dignidad humana. Seguimos sosteniendo la esperanza que las balas no pudieron apagar. Miles de familias en México han perdido hijas, hijos, padres, hermanos por armas de fuego, muchas introducidas ilegalmente desde el extranjero. Esta es una realidad compartida entre naciones y debemos enfrentarla juntas y juntos con cooperación y solidaridad transfronteriza. En México no queremos seguir poniendo a nuestros muertos. Estoy aquí como madre de un hijo desaparecido, pero también como una mujer que cree en la paz. Cuando se construye juntas y juntos, se vuelve un camino posible. Hoy nos une el dolor, sí, pero también nos une algo más fuerte, la esperanza de un mundo sin armas, sin miedo y sin violencia, porque vivos se los llevaron, vivos los queremos, a nuestros seres queridos regreso a casa. Muchas gracias.
Good morning. It is an honor for me to be here, though it is an honor born of pain. I come to speak about something that has marked my life and that of thousands of families. The trafficking, movement, and use of firearms. And not only illegal guns, also legal guns that end up in the wrong hands. I am not an expert. I come as a woman, a mother who has for 11 years looked for her son, one of the 43 Ayotzinapa disappeared students. It has changed our lives, forced us to live with a wound that doesn't close, but also with a strength that we didn't know we had. From that experience, I say that the production, sale, and circulation of guns, legal and illegal, is a direct threat to people, to communities, and to countries. Firearms have become tools for sowing fear, to extort, to threaten, and destroy entire lives. They kill trust, kill life projects, kill futures. The use of guns has also allowed armed civilians to challenge the state and try to be above the law, above human dignity. We keep carrying that hope that the bullets could not extinguish. Thousands of families in Mexico have lost daughters, sons, fathers, or brothers from firearms, many trafficked illegally from abroad. That is a shared reality between nations, and we should confront it together with collaboration and cross-border solidarity. In Mexico, we don't want to continue providing the dead. I am here as the mother of a disappeared son, but also as a woman who believes that peace, when we build it together, is a path that's possible. Today, we're united by pain, yes, but we're also united by something stronger, the hope for a world without guns, without fear and violence. Because alive they took them, alive we want them back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Every year we try to make sure that we acknowledge some of the challenges and how much this kind of weighs on us, and especially this year, as with some of the challenges I mentioned in my opening remarks. I think it's important that we take a moment to talk about ways that we can try to build strength and resilience as we do this difficult work day in and day out. And personally, I have found Igor Volsky, our next speaker, he started this mindfulness and politics project, and I subscribe to the newsletter and I read it in the mornings when it comes out, and it really helps me kind of ground myself and be ready for the day. And as I was putting this agenda together, I thought it'd be really wonderful to bring him in, a good friend of CAP and myself, to talk a little bit about what he's been learning in his journey as he continues his political advocacy in the wake of the challenges facing our country. And so it's my pleasure to bring up Igor Volsky, founder of Volsky Ventures and the Mindfulness and Politics Project. Thank you.
Oh, good morning, everybody. What a plug. Thank you, Nick. You should all subscribe to the podcast, mindfulnessandpolitics.com, the newsletter, all of those things. It is so good to be here with so many of you who I've worked with for so many years. I co-founded Guns Down America back in 2016 and spent a great deal of time building safer communities with fewer guns with all of you. And then if we rewind even further, in 2008, I started my career right here at the Center for American Progress, right up on that balcony, actually. And so this feels like a real, true homecoming. But I have to say, it also feels a little uncomfortable, because this is the place that taught me how to live in constant crisis mode. How do all you know, Tracy? How to just be moved from one piece of horrible incoming to another. I really think that it rewired my brain to be incredibly reactive. Raise your hand if you can relate to that. Now, raise your hand if you feel like you have the tools you need to step out of that constant spiral of stress and anxiety and to not be guided by it. Okay, we got a couple. Got a couple of mindfulness practitioners here, wonderful. But for me, this was a real struggle. And so I, earlier this year, founded, as Nick mentioned, the Mindfulness in Politics Project to really explore how you can bring these age-old tools of mindfulness into the political space for folks who work in difficult situations. And so today I want to discuss three different things with you. The first is to give you a real outline. Why does our brain catastrophize the way it does? The second is to recognize a real important lesson that I learned, that you are not your thoughts. And that realization, that real space, I believe can make you better at your job. And the third is I'll leave you with three practical exercises you can use every single day, exercises that have helped me to just ground myself and to be able to continue to do political work from a place of just greater clarity, strategy, and stability. So let's start with some of the science. Why do we feel the way we do? Well, our brains are really programmed for threat detection. It's evolution. We have in our brains a cluster of cells called the amygdala. These neurons are responsible for threat detection. And we're biologically wired to respond to negative images about twice as strongly as positive images. We remember negative events a lot clearer than we remember positive events. And we hold on to critical feedback more strongly than praise. Now, some of this also has to do with childhood. If you grew up in a house of anxiety, or if your parents catastrophized a whole lot of things, you really took that in, partly because of something in our brains called mirror neurons, which fire both when we experience anxiety, but when other people around us experience anxiety as well. So you can see where I'm going here, working in gun violence prevention, how that really puts us in a place where we feel constantly anxious, where the environment activates and reinforces this kind of threat detection every single day, because we're responding to real-time tragedies just as the country is processing. And so each news alert, each shooting, each setback reinforces the neural pathways that tell us the world is dangerous, you must stay vigilant, you cannot let your guard down. And here's the thing, about 95% of our brain processing happens subconsciously. And so you feel that stress and anxiety in your body, oh, thank you, before it even makes its way up to your brain. Your body is flooded with stress hormones, your heart rate increases, and your brain really narrows its focus to constantly scan for danger. And over time, our nervous systems become calibrated to really run hot. We develop these selective attention systems that are really, really good at spotting danger and threats, and aren't so good at spotting some of the good or neutral events that happen in our lives. And you can see how this becomes a real self-reinforcing mechanism, that if you're constantly looking for a threat or danger, well, that's what you'll find. But the crucial part is that we don't have to be stuck in these patterns. We can actually change and rewire our brain so that it processes things differently. One of the important insights that I first, I think I stopped it. There we go. One of the first insights that I really came to understand that was so pivotal for me is this idea that you are not your thoughts. And I know this may sound obvious or even trite, but I think it makes a real difference. So right now, as I'm speaking, you may be thinking about your long to-do list, your schedule of events. You may be thinking, is anything he's going to say going to be in any way helpful to me? These thoughts are happening. The thoughts are real. But who's noticing those thoughts? There's a you that's aware of the thinking, a you that's watching the thoughts go by one by one by one. That awareness, that witnessing presence, that's actually who you are. The thoughts are just weather patterns passing through, or just clouds in the sky, clouds that don't actually change the sky. And here's how this applies to our work. A shooting happens, and immediately our brain generates thoughts. This is devastating, we need to respond. Where's our statement? Who's helping the communities on the ground? And within seconds, we're not just thinking those thoughts. In many ways, we become those thoughts. We become completely identified with them. And there's no space between us and the anxiety. We, in some ways, become the stress response. Here's why that actually matters. Because when you become completely identified with that piece of stress or that piece of anxiety, when you become the catastrophizing, you lose access to your strategic thinking. Your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain that's responsible for planning, for creativity, for complex problem solving, gets hijacked by your amygdala when there's no space between you and the stress. And so you end up making reactive decisions. You respond on autopilot instead of tailing your response to the particular situation in place. You default to the same talking points instead of reading the room. You miss nuance because you're operating by a script that was written by your anxiety. When I recognized that I am not my thoughts, something really shifted in that space. Because you can observe, I'm having the thought that this is hopeless rather than this is hopeless. You can notice my brain is catastrophizing right now rather than living inside that catastrophe. And in that space, you really have choices. Yes, you feel the anger and the grief because those are real, but you can do that without getting swept away by the story of what it all means. You can respond to the crisis with urgency and wisdom, and you can do so by bringing your strategic capacity online instead of constantly operating in reaction mode. So how do we build this new capacity of being more strategic and trying to break that link that's rooted in our anxiety? The answer is neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections. And you could do that throughout your entire life. So let's start now. The prefrontal cortex acts as an emotional control center that can calm down your overactive amygdala. And here's the remarkable thing. We can strengthen its ability, the prefrontal cortex's ability, to send calming signals when we practice mindful awareness and take steps to consciously challenge our anxious thoughts. So, just like we can build muscle when some of us go to the gym, we can strengthen the neural pathways between the prefrontal cortex and the amygdala, making it more efficient and more robust. We can build new neural pathways and support more balanced emotional responses. So, what does this look like in practice? Well, I'm going to share 3 techniques that I use every single day that are not only science-backed, but have also really changed my life. The first is the widening lens practice. Now, this practice really trains your brain to see beyond the negative things that it may naturally cling to. And here's how it works. When you notice that you're in some kind of catastrophe bubble, pause, take a breath, recognize that I'm feeling anxious or I'm feeling stressed, and then try to consciously expand your awareness. Start by acknowledging the positive things in your environment, in your room, the warmth of your space, the decorations that you have set up, maybe something a colleague or a friend said that really resonated you or made you feel good. The challenge here is to deliberately widen your lens, to expand it, because by doing so, you're training your brain's attention network to become more flexible and to become more balanced. And studies show that this kind of intentional broadening of awareness can reduce amygdala activity in high-stress situations by up to 50%. The second practice I would recommend, and I would really recommend this one, is the daily log of small victories. This practice leverages what neuroscientists call experience-dependent neuroplasticity. That's the brain's ability to rewire itself based on what we repeatedly pay attention to. So each morning or afternoon, write down 3 things: something that went well, someone who was helpful, and something that turned out better than expected. It sounds simple, but what you're doing is you're strengthening the neural pathways associated with recognizing and remembering positive events. You're training your brain to spot patterns instead of just automatically filtering them out and looking for what's wrong. And by the way, don't sleep on writing down. Research shows that people who write down their goals as opposed to just saying them are 42% more likely to achieve them. Finally, there's number 3, pattern interruption. And this is the practice of really catching yourself if you start to spiral, if you start to catastrophize, if you're caught in that anxiety loop, that as soon as you feel it, you can just take a deep breath, you can name what's happening, my brain is catastrophizing, and then write down 3 pieces of evidence that contradict your worst case scenario thinking. Several things are happening there. One is you're consciously working on breaking that loop of going down that familiar neural pathway highway of jumping to the worst possible conclusion. Your deep breathing activates the parasympathetic nervous system, which has the effect of reducing the stress hormones in your blood. And when you're finding contradictory evidence to the worst case scenario you're imagining, you're engaging your prefrontal cortex in analytical thinking, which reduces that amygdala activity. Now, these practices won't eliminate your anxiety. That's not possible. Sorry, Tracy. Nor is it desirable. But it is possible to free yourself from being controlled by anxiety. It is possible to learn to see our thoughts as thoughts, not as some kind of ultimate truth. And building the capacity to stay present and effective even in difficult situations is possible. The work you do matters. It really, really matters. The lives you're fighting for matter, and you matter as well. And you deserve to do this work without being held hostage by the anxious thoughts that may be swirling in your mind. So, who would you be if you didn't believe there was anything wrong with you? If you didn't believe that constant anxiety was the price of admission for doing this work, that person, the one who can hold both the gravity of this work and a real sense of spaciousness and possibility, that person is already here. And these practices are just ways of clearing away all of the static so you can hear the voice more clearly. Thank you so much. And speaking of hearing clear voices, let me bring up my friend, Tracy Murphy, Executive Director of the Delaware Coalition Against Gun Violence, to talk about all of the great success she's had. Yes, you can. Thank you.
I can't believe they made me follow that. Again, thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, Nick, where did Nick go? For including me and our work in today's panel. The conference made it out of the group chat, right? And so thanks to Nick and the planning committee and the fire department. And thanks to all of you who traveled a lot farther than I did from the Joseph R. Biden Jr. train station in Wilmington, Delaware. Did you think for 1 second I would come up here and not drop the Biden name? First of all, we're happy to have him back in Delaware, but I know we are all very much missing him and his leadership, and especially a functioning Office of Gun Violence Prevention in our nation's capital. You know, when I go anywhere, I bring some big DE energy with me. Today is no different. Delaware has made enormous strides in the past handful of years. And just a few weeks ago, our longest term and heaviest lift was implemented, and Delaware now requires a permit to purchase a handgun. I know. It's a huge victory not only for Delaware in building safer communities, but truly in building a safer region and a safer nation, because Delaware sits squarely along the iron pipeline. And so for us to cut the flow of guns to the illegal underground market in our state means we are not only protecting Delaware, but we're protecting the entire Mid-Atlantic. And so it's an enormous victory, and we're so proud of that. So what you're wondering, right, is how did we do it? It started with a group of passionate advocates in 2018 who organized a local chapter of a national organization. We filed bills. We never even got to the floor for a vote. We didn't have a strong state-based structure in place that was needed to build relationships and engage stakeholders. But after that early, colossal, and very public failure in 2019, we kept at it. What was missing from the initial plan was state-based, on-the-ground neighborhood work. We started investing in it, and we tried again and again. In 2021, we passed the bill through the Senate, but we failed again in the House. In 2023, we got it through the House committees, and finally in 2024, we got a House vote and amendment, another Senate vote, and perhaps most importantly, we got our governor to put funding to establish the permit to purchase process in the recommended budget. When Governor Carney signed the bill, it catalyzed an 18-month stand-up period that ended on November 16th, 2025. 6-year journey over 3 General Assemblies, under 2 administrations. We have already survived, by the way, 2 lawsuits or 2 court injunctions in the Third Circuit under a Trump-appointed judge. So this is a huge victory for our work, for our coalition, for our movement, and for our region. But we didn't do it alone, and I think that's the biggest lesson from this work, right? To be clear, state-based work is not possible without our strong national partners who provide critical guidance, research, testimony. They validate all of the work, and they bring us critical access to resources that we could never achieve on our own in our individual states. Our national partners are a necessary part of the work, but they cannot be as effective as they need to be in their national policy priorities without strong state-based coalitions. So our victory in Delaware is a textbook lesson, and I just shared this with Maggie, who's gonna come up here in a minute as well, a textbook lesson of staying the course, keeping the main thing, and building relationships with partners at every turn, and not just when we are asking for their vote or their voice. So we're all here because we know that gun laws save lives. And when strong gun safety laws are paired with robust investments in well-run community intervention groups, and when resources are allocated to both prevention education, policy implementation, and the critical on-the-ground intervention work, we can really build the safer communities our kids all deserve to grow up in. It's why I do this work, and I know I'm not alone. So I was given a few minutes to share remarks today because of Delaware's success, but we are not the only state experiencing success, and Nick talked about that a little bit earlier as well. Baltimore shootings are down to historic lows, right? The city of Baltimore had an enormous financial victory in holding the industry accountable. That's enormous work that's happening, and it should be happening in every other state where it can, right? Camden, New Jersey had its first summer in 50 years with no homicides. That's huge. Offices of gun violence prevention are up and functioning and hiring brilliant leaders to run them who really understand state-based work and state-based advocacy and how to incorporate them in that work. Right? And don't forget that even in red states where progress feels impossible, incredible work is happening on the ground that is driving resources and organizing communities. Ballot campaigns are launching and being implemented successfully. It's all happening, and it's happening at the state level by state leaders because state work really matters. In the next couple of weeks, it's going to keep getting a little darker, right? The darkest days of the year are here. And tonight and in the coming weeks, we will gather to light candles in honor to those lost to gun violence. Those of us in this room know that honoring them with our action is truly what fuels us. But what sustains us? And this goes back maybe a little bit to what Igor just said, right? What sustains us? It's the lessons we learn here in this room, in this conference with these partners. But more important than that, it's the connections we build and nurture with one another. So the most important thing we're going to learn today at this conference is the contact information of the people in this room. Find new partners, build that network. What's the saying, right? If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So I share Delaware's story not to suggest we have all the answers. We don't. Our work is far from complete. But I share it because it demonstrates what's achievable when states lead with data, with determination, and a willingness to do what works, even when it's hard and politically difficult. So hope is not a strategy, but we cannot do this work without it. And now I have the huge honor of introducing Maggie Emery, who is doing brilliant work leading Protect Minnesota through a hard year. So thank you. Welcome. Join me in welcoming Maggie, a great leader.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you for allowing me to take a little bit of your time this morning. My name is Maggie, and I'm the Executive Director of Protect Minnesota, which is the state-based gun violence prevention organization in Minnesota. And I'm going to start things off by acknowledging that we've had a really, really hard year in Minnesota. The year started with us looking at the data from 2024 and realizing that gun deaths were up 6% in our state during a time when they've trended down around the rest of the country, and realizing that something in Minnesota was going really wrong. But we didn't know just how wrong things were gonna get until June, when beloved Speaker of the House of Representatives, Melissa Hortman, was assassinated along with her husband and her dog. And gun violence prevention champion Senator John Hoffman was shot along with his wife and survived. I became a survivor of gun violence when my cousin was shot and killed in an act of community gun violence when I was 7 years old. But I never thought that a political assassination would make me a survivor again. I never thought that I would wake up on a Saturday morning to a text message that said, Melissa Hortman is dead, John Hoffman is shot, the gunman is still at large, we think activists are on his list, you should leave your home. I never thought that the person who worked side by side with me to get extremist protection orders and universal background checks over the finish line after decades of work to get them done would be shot and killed because of that work. And by the end of the summer, just when we had started to realize what it would look like to be in a state without Melissa Hortman's leadership, we found out that we really needed her because there was a mass shooting at Annunciation. 19 were shot while they were at church praying. 2 died. The only reason more weren't killed is because they were observing mass shooting protocol and had a single point entry system. The doors to the church were locked to keep mass shooters out. The shooter had to shoot through a window, and lives were saved because they were prepared as much as you can be for something like this. I also want to mention 11-year-old Amir Atkins was shot and killed in a public park in July, and beloved local DJ Juice was shot in an act of community gun violence in August as well. These represent more than 600 Minnesotans who will be killed this year and whose names will never make the national news. And there have been days this year when I have thought that I cannot do this job anymore. There have been days when I have thought that I cannot wrangle anymore with politicians who care more about their seats than they do saving lives in this state. I cannot hold the family members of children who have been killed while they cry on my shoulder and know that I can't promise them that we will get this done anytime soon. And be honest, I have thought that I can't sit on stages like these at town halls and get yelled at because I haven't done enough or I've done too much, and take the death threats and know that the pathway is long. It's been really hard. And I hope you all are familiar with the Mr. Rogers line that when things feel hopeless, you should look for the helpers. Because through all of this, through the dark days, there have been so many helpers, and so many of them are in this room. And I want to tell you about a few of them. The evening of the day of the Annunciation shooting, we held a vigil. And it was at a public park, and it was just meant to be, you know, a quiet space. People can come together. We hired a piano player to just come and play some gentle music. And so I called a PA guy and I said, you know, we're borrowing the church's PA, and it's just this dinky little speaker system. It's about this big. It has one microphone. I think that's all we're going to need for the speaker. So just bring somebody for the piano, just a speaker for the piano. And luckily, he didn't listen to me, and he brought a full stadium setup because he knew then what I didn't know yet, which is that this movement in Minnesota is going to be huge. And more than 4,000 people showed up to that vigil. And we needed the sound system so that they could hear from survivors and people who showed up to say that something's going to change this year. Something's going to change right now. To that vigil, a young man showed up with a set of bagpipes and said, I would like to play something, if that's okay. And he played the most beautiful rendition of Amazing Grace on the bagpipes that I've ever heard. We didn't know he was coming. He just showed up to share something. A woman showed up with her therapy dog and said, where can I go? Are there kids here? This is, you know, we're a trained therapy dog. Where can we be that it's gonna help? Another young person showed up with their art therapy kit and said, you know, sometimes this seems to help when kids are in crisis. Is there some place that I can set up my art therapy? And more than that, 4,000 people were there to grieve and mourn and work for action together. Since that day, we have seen incredible growth in the gun violence prevention movement in in Minnesota and at Protect Minnesota. Every single day, in my inbox, get helpers. I'm a doctor, what can I do? I'm a nurse, what can I do? I'm a teacher, I'm a mom, what can I do? I need to do something, what can I do? We have had thousands and thousands of new signups, new followers on social media. We have raised more than $50,000 in organic donations, which for a small organization like ours, some of you at state groups know, $50,000 that we didn't have to work for is a really big deal. It empowered us to hire a new organizer who started last week. 2024 was our first year of ERPO implementation. In Minnesota, we saw about 140 extreme risk protection orders filed. This year, we've seen more than double that filed because we saw the consequences of when we need an ERPO and people don't know that they can use it. We held an event for Doctors Protect Minnesota. Hundreds and hundreds of doctors from across the state showed up just to have something to do. We have a coalition meeting now formally of more than 50 organizations, and not your traditional gun violence prevention organizations, but hospital systems, children's organizations, groups that I have heard before this year, it's just too political. We won't touch it. We can't touch it. They're ready to touch it. And why does all of this give me hope? As so many who have already spoken said so eloquently, we can't do this work unless we do it together. And I think that's particularly poignant in Minnesota during this really hard year because we know that the number one emotional correlate of all types of gun violence, mass shootings, community gun violence, and firearm suicide is loneliness. Almost everyone who commits an act of gun violence is feeling lonely. And in Minnesota, we're preventing gun violence because not only are we working to implement evidence-based policies and strategies that are going to stop it, but we're doing it together. We're building a space in this movement for every single member of our community who wants to be in it. I'm really proud of that work. I'm really hopeful, even though it's been really hard. And I also want to say just a big thank you to everyone in this room who has reached out to us over the last 6 months. I have heard from so many people here who have said, I'm so sorry for what you're going through. What can I do? We have a resource for this. How can I help? How can we contribute? What can we do for Minnesota right now? So it's not just in Minnesota, it's national. I'm so grateful to all of you. I'm so grateful for the work that's happening in Minnesota and grateful for your time today. I remain incredibly hopeful about the path forward. And I hope that everybody in this room will join us in working for a safer Minnesota and a safer country. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. I'm excited for our next panel. When we sent out a survey to attendees about what topics you wanted to hear, gun industry accountability was the number one thing we heard about, something that we started talking about a few years ago that started in small in a breakout room, and now you'll be having several opportunities this year. And we have two experts here to talk to us about it. We have Pam Hicks, the co-founder of the DC Law Collective, former ATF chief counsel, and Hudson Munoz, executive director of Guns Down America. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Maggie, that was fantastic. Thanks for the lead up, the hope, the focus. It's a really beautiful presentation. I'm Hudson Munoz. I'm the executive director of Guns Down America. Started in this position about 2 years ago, filling the very big shoes of our own Igor Volsky, and took his thesis that there are changes outside of policy cycles, that there are policies that aren't beholden to the political process, that we can influence through consumer advocacy, through creating economic leverage in order to change the commercial determinants of gun violence in our communities. We view that as a core strategy in the overall national agenda for ending gun violence in this country and build our accountability campaigns on that premise. I met Pam, God, like a year ago now?
maybe 8 months, 7
Yeah,
months.
you know, we'll call it an emotional year.
Yeah,
It's been a long
it feels
year.
like a
It's been an
decade,
emotional
but I
year,
think it's
yeah.
actually been less than a year.
And found in Pam, a fellow traveler who sees that the accountability process in gun violence prevention can open a wider aperture to look at the role of business regulation in raising standards on gun industry actors and folks who are impacted by gun violence. So, Pam, happy to sit here with you today.
Thank you, Hudson. I'm thrilled to be here. As Hudson mentioned, I was ATF Chief Counsel until February when I wasn't anymore. And then a partner, Greg Pinto, and I founded the DC Law Collective, which is primarily focused on representing federal employees and civil servants in these kind of tough times. And they obviously play a huge role in accountability across all industries. And we also do some work in this space as well. And for the purposes of this conversation, really, one of the main things I draw on is my time actually not at ATF as much as the criminal division, where I did money laundering and other kinds of white collar criminal matters. So, which I think is important as we talk about an industry as an industry. So, Hudson, I have a question for you.
Let's hear it.
How would you describe kind of accountability when you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, we see financial incentives guiding corporate conduct shaping consumer behavior, and consumer behavior as a precursor to public safety and public health outcomes. We can and have done a very good job holding the business to accountable to gun laws, right? In the selling, the making, the producing, the retailing of firearms. But I think there's an opportunity for us to lay down our own standards for how these businesses operate in our communities. And that is where we are looking outside of just the gun law space and looking at the role of shareholders, looking at the role of consumers. I think, Nina, your project, working with young people, viewing them as citizens first and potential consumers for the gun industry second, is an incredible project and a place where we can drive a message to people to create questions about their relationships to firearms before they even begin to enter the sales funnel.
I think coming from it from a more public entity kind of space, I always feel like what gets lost, because I'll be talking to someone and they'll say, well, we don't have any state gun laws. And they forget that these are businesses that have to operate under all of the business laws. And I don't think this is a controversial statement when I say I don't think this country has done as good a job as it could across all industries in holding corporations accountable for their compliance with laws. I don't think that's a huge statement, right? And the gun industry is part of that fabric. And when you think about how the industry operates like every other industry, trying to make money, years ago, a long time ago, I was involved in a case at ATF where we shut down a very high crime gun dealer who they got arrested, they seized their inventory, they put them out of business, and there was a lot of, you should have been here sooner. And I don't think anyone at ATF really was like, no, we shouldn't have. We were like, yeah, there's always a long list, right? But the other thing that we did not say, that I was always tempted to say to not the community who had a lot of valid complaints, but to the city, was if you'd done a sales tax audit, you too could have put them out of business 10 years ago, right? You didn't need a gun, you didn't need a confidential informant and all that other stuff. They were not complying with other laws that applied to all businesses. And they had the same kind of resource and other constraints as well, I'm sure. But everyone has to comply with everything. And when you look at larger entities, right, they had the ProPublica article about the data sales that raised all kinds of consumer rights, privacy issues, fraud issues. And then you look at something like the NRA, their biggest legal problems had nothing to do with guns, right? In the state of New York, it had to do with their finances. Publicly traded companies have SEC requirements. And I think that a lot of times people focus so much on the gun laws, which often, honestly, the Gun Control Act doesn't require that much to be in compliance. And there's a belief that if you're selling a lot of crime guns, you must not be in compliance on the gun law side, and that's not always true. It's not even maybe mostly true, right? So using every tool, I think, to hold people accountable to their activities is really key for public safety in all kinds of industries, but certainly in this one. And that's kind of from a public sector view, I think, Hudson. But I'd like to hear more about, now that I'm not in the public sector, what your view of it is about, people in the advocacy space and what they can do in this area.
Yeah, I think we put a lot of burden on ourselves to work through political and policy channels, like public policy channels, in order to influence the firearms industry. And the businesses have other stakeholders who we can influence. We now own shares of Smith & Wesson and Sturm Ruger. Those trades settled on October 1st of this year, and our rights will vest this fall. I am planning to engage with the companies directly in order to drive a public debate with them about what dealer indicators look like and their role as manufacturers for raising standards. And it's not just on homicide and crime guns. 50% of gun violence incidents in this country are suicides. And I think we need to apply some of the same strategies that have worked in crime guns and in homicide prevention to dealer indicators that are correlated with suicide.
That's really interesting. The idea that you can advocate on other issues, right, to drive gun violence safety.
It's leverage.
Is leverage. So it's just interesting to me that you could take it from a consumer perspective, because that is what this is all about, is consumers. And one of the things that's always been interesting to me about gun consumers, and this is true, I think, in all kinds of specialized areas where you have your love of whatever it is you do, you don't necessarily see the consumer patterns in your own life in that area. You think you're doing it for the love of whatever, and you don't understand the broader culture. Whereas you might say, oh, they're saying that because of big pharma, but it never occurs to you that you're saying that because of your love in your area, driven by the exact same profit motive consumer thing in the gun arena. But also, I'm not as much in the gun arena, but I think anyone that's ever been in part of a video game community where they love their game and they love the maker, and God forbid everyone's being driven by the same commercial motivations, really, in their purchases, and trying to intervene in that, I think, is really interesting.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like any company, what they have done is created a sales funnel, right? And I would argue that in this country, we are all sort of existing at the very wide end of the funnel. We're constantly exposed to guns. We're constantly exposed to gun culture. We are constantly exposed to gun violence through media, through advertisements, frankly, through our work for everyone in this room, though I don't think anyone here is really going to go too far down that funnel. And at each step of the way, they have created mechanisms to move people further and further towards a purchase. And that is the precursor behavior that I think we can influence to reduce gun violence rates.
Right, and I think that when you look at how they do that, they have to comply with all of the laws and regulations that govern, how you market things. Are you calling something X when it's really Y? Are you basically committing a fraud? There's no Second Amendment right to evade taxes. There's no Second Amendment right to commit fraud. You avoid a lot of, I think, the stickiness around some of the gun industry accountability by just kind of, we used to talk about that when we would make charging decisions in big gun trafficking cases, which is, well, did they do anything other than get traffic guns? Because we could just exit that whole statute and go talk over here about the other crimes that they committed, right? And I assume it's the same way when you think about how you're going to aim your advocacy.
Oh, absolutely. And I think every consumer protection outfit in a state attorney general's office should take a hard look at the gun industry. Not like the typical Second Amendment litigation, gun violence prevention units, but the folks who are paying attention to people as consumers and their rights as consumers to be protected against fraud and abuse by corporate power. And this business, and I mean, I come to this issue a little obliquely, is, I think, one of the worst examples of corporate abuse of consumers that I can think of. Because what they say to people is, give us your money and we'll give you a fiction. And that fiction leads to consumer harm beyond just like the prices that are paid, but the outcomes in people's lives. That Maggie was talking about in Minnesota and that you were talking about, Tracy, in Delaware. There is ample opportunity to gain power in this issue by examining the business as a business and building leverage on that front. That to me is like the new accountability phase for gun violence prevention. And I just want to say, like, it's not without a policy outcome. The money that they make from firearms translates very directly into political power. I've seen recently records from a gun company that incentivized distribution practices by offering to give $2 to a gun lobby organization for every unit they sold in a period of opposition to public policy. I've seen corporate notes from inside a major gun manufacturer where they say it is incumbent on us. We are economically threatened by public policy. Therefore, we need to defeat it. And the CEO authorized an expense of corporate funds to defeat that initiative.
Yeah, I think one of the things that strikes me about that is how, as they go about that kind of business, right, they are inevitably going to run into other types of constraints on their public image, their accounting mechanisms, right? And I go back to some of the funneling of consumer data, and I think sometimes there's this divide between the consumers who are purchasing firearms and the gun violence community, and certainly on some political issues, that divide obviously exists, right? But I think as just regular citizens and not consumers, it is important to take the consumer protections that should apply to everyone in this country, like, serious, because it protects everyone in this country, regardless of whether you're purchasing a firearm, whether you're advocating that people who purchase firearms should have more restrictions on their purchase of the firearm. Like, we're all trying, because a lot of people who purchase firearms do so to self-harm and other things, and they deserve our compassion and our protection as much as everybody else.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I run Guns Down America, right? Like, it's in the name, and people see me coming and think I'm going to be one of these, like, gun grabbers they've all been warned about for a long time. Doesn't help that I'm gay, but, like, it sort of feeds into a bigger narrative about, like, my role in the place. But I found that I can have very fruitful conversations with people in the business by putting forward the consumer piece first and then following on with other issues. And I have been surprised. We've been able to break down some of those barriers to getting our point of view across to consumers of guns by talking about consumer welfare.
Right, because no one likes to feel like they're being just...
That they're dumb. They're being treated as dumb.
Right. And I feel like increasingly in this country, that's how we all feel about every single thing that's being sold to us. But I also think that there are real opportunities there by educating people, as your group does, about how the market works, that they can defend themselves a little bit from the kind of predatory marketing and
from the worst actors. And what we know is that those worst actors follow on. Like, the worst actors sort of lead the agitation that drives the sales, and then the best actors sort of fall into the slipstream of that. And challenging those bad actors in the marketplace as market participants is the accountability strategy we're laying out.
Yeah, I really also think even in when you talk about accountability to, like, legal compliance and those kind of things, you could see when people would say, don't revoke as many gun licenses for the people who aren't complying. Well, that's kind of a cycle down, because then the people who aren't spending the money to comply with the laws have a competitive advantage over the people who do want to comply with the laws, or at least take their compliance seriously. And you feel like you're punishing the best corporate actors and rewarding the worst, which were always just a much smaller percentage. And I was always like, why are we doing this? Why are we rewarding potentially bad corporate behavior but more importantly, punishing the corporations that were trying to do better under the gun laws and and you see it in every industry, but there is, you start to subsidize bad corporate behavior by not holding those corporations accountable, because the other companies that have to compete against them are at a competitive disadvantage because they are spending money that they don't have to for their compliance efforts.
And what do you see as an opportunity for state attorney generals to get involved?
I think state attorney generals can get involved across a whole range of things. Some of them have their own firearms inspection regimes and a lot of their own authorities. They can step in where they need to enforce their state law, but also in these areas that we've talked about, consumer protection, fraud, things where they see people engaging in business practices. But it is a challenge. We had this challenge when I was at the criminal division. We had this challenge at ATF, is the minute you start talking about a company, everyone on the hold accountable side is like, ooh, okay, that's going to be more work, which is a little bit unfair, I think, because when you talk about, we would have the same case against a company as we would have an individual on a gun case. You know, hey, it fires 1,000 rounds a minute. That seems like a machine gun. And if you pick someone up off the street holding that, no one asks, are you sure that they know it's a machine gun? They're like, fires fast, put them in jail. And that's exactly what happens. If some company turns one out, everyone wants to know, well, did you tell them that it was a machine gun? Did they believe it wasn't? Like, they get all of this benefit of the doubt because they went down and formed an LLC, which takes about 10 minutes and like $100, right?
And a consultant.
That's right. But it was kind of, and when I was at the criminal division of money laundering, we had people that would literally almost form an LLC before they even had the cup of coffee to run all their money through. It's not a big barrier to any kind of entry. But just by forming that LLC and claiming that they were a legitimate business as opposed to printing them out in their basement on a 3D printer, gave them an air of legitimacy that made everyone really nervous about holding them accountable to the exact same standards you're going to hold some 19-year-old accountable to. And I think you see that in other areas, parts of life as well. I don't think this is unique to gun industry accountability, but I think it's a real challenge to society to try to do that. And I would encourage attorneys general to hold them accountable, to look at industry players as corporations that are created by the state and have obligations to the state.
And what about the private bar? We did not prep for this question.
We did not prep for this question. I would like to keep my bar license as a result. That's my big thing for the private bar. I think the private bar plays a role in supporting states' attorneys general's office, in supporting cities. I think you'll hear from, I'm sure, members of the private bar at some point today, probably, or at least efforts that members of the private bar have been involved in. I think accountability, lawyers sometimes, help people evade accountability. But for many of us, holding people accountable, whether we're in the public sector or the private bar, I think is more of it's almost, it's a mission, it's calling, it's something that you want to do.
And I'm not a lawyer, and I don't have a bar license that'll be jeopardized by saying this, but I think damages litigation is essential. Damages litigation to raise the economic leverage against the gun companies in order to settle out for structural change. I mean, we can do injunctive relief, we can pursue, affirmative litigation, but damages, I think, have to be part of the overall strategy.
Right, and I assume you mean damages related to more than just gun violations.
Oh, yeah, no.
Because those, I think, are extremely, as everybody knows, there's been success in that area, and that is incredible, and the result of a lot of hard and impressive work. But it can be really difficult in the legal climate that we're in to pursue those kinds of things.
Absolutely. How much time do we have? I think that it is my job to bring up the great Attorney General from New York, Matt Plotkin, and Nick Wilson, our host.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Hudson. We're going to keep the conversation going about gun industry accountability. It is my distinct honor to welcome New Jersey Attorney General Matt Platkin to join us today. As the New Jersey's chief law enforcement officer since 2022, he's led efforts to investigate and prosecute crimes, eradicating corruption, defending civil rights, supporting community violence intervention efforts, advancing restorative justice, improving how law enforcement responds to mental health emergencies. You can go on and on. Mostly he's helping save democracy and the rule of law in this country when it's under threat. But today I want to talk about how he established several new offices in the Department of Law and Public Safety. And I really want to focus on one office in particular, the statewide Affirmative Firearms Enforcement Office. It's a one-of-a-kind office that has really given us so much hope and inspiration and really leading the way for other states to follow, to really go directly after the bad actors in the gun industry. So first of all, welcome. Thank you so much for your leadership and everything you've been doing. We really want to just be able to thank you so much for everything you've done. And then let's talk about how people in this room can go back to their states and try to convince folks to follow your lead.
Well, I feel like I followed your guys' lead. But first of all, thank you, Cap, and thank you so much for having me. I just have to say, you guys have the nicest microphones. These are really serious stuff. But it's great to be with you guys. And this is, I think it's really exciting that this has become a topic that we can talk about. I think for a while, people were sort of paralyzed by this perception of what I think one of the most frankly heinous things the federal government has done, which is said that the only industry essentially we're going to exempt from federal liability is the industry that is the leading cause of death for children. So in some ways what we're doing is novel. In other ways, what we're doing is actually remarkably ordinary. And that's how I like to think about it, because any other industry, every single other industry, my office and offices like mine across the country hold accountable every single day when they break state laws and when they hurt our residents. So the firearms accountability work is actually just quite an ordinary thing for an AG's office to do. And we do it because A, it gets people, we protect people who are harmed in those specific instances, but also because businesses, when they fear accountability, they actually take steps to make sure that they're not breaking the law and not hurting people. It's really not a radical concept. So I'm happy to talk about the work we've done, but it is working. It is a big part of our public health approach to combating gun violence that has produced record low levels of shooting in New Jersey every year I've been in office. As I sit here today, thank you. As I sit here today, over 800 fewer people have been shot in New Jersey than the same time the year before I took office. There's a lot of reasons for that, but without question, one of the reasons is the affirmative lawsuits that we've brought to hold bad actors in the firearms industry accountable.
So yeah, let's dig a little bit deeper. Why did you think it was important to have a dedicated office with an explicit mandate to ensure gun industry accountability? Can you give us a little bit of background on the office?
Yeah, so again, I also think, not to say I'm super boring and do everything that we do the same thing over and over again, but we kind of do, right? When you want to have an impact and you want to tackle a problem, this is, I think, a really important point. You need people to do that work. You can't just say you want to do it. You don't need a ton of people, but you do need to make sure their time is focused on that. And look, post-Bruin, we've had a ton of defensive litigation. My office, New Jersey has the strongest gun laws arguably in the country. I'm really proud of that. We have successfully defended those laws in state and federal courts for now 3 years running, which I'm also very proud of. And we have an amazing team that does that work. But that work is quite urgent. So you get a lawsuit, as we have, on December 23rd, seeking a preliminary injunction, which means you're in court right away, or TRO, you're in court right away. If the team that was doing those cases was also trying to build affirmative cases to hold accountable bad actors in the industry, they would necessarily get sidetracked every time those cases came in. And so what was very clear to me is we needed folks who were dedicated 100% of their time to doing affirmative work, which is also how we do our environmental work. It's how we do our civil rights work. It's how we do our consumer work. So it's actually, again, quite consistent with how we structure our offices. But we had and we were just talking about this behind, we brought a couple of really talented lawyers in, who, by the way, were not like Second Amendment lawyers. They were just really good lawyers. And we grew that by a couple more, but that's it. And then we brought a couple of civil investigators, a former ATF and a former trooper, who did civil investigative work. So on the one hand, we're fortunate we have, a relative handful of people, but we're not talking about hundreds of people. And we've been able to we can go into the cases, but we have filed more cases by far than any state in the country. And we've only had the law for about 3 years. One of those years, the law was under a federal injunction. So you can do this quite quickly. And these cases have been more successful, more quickly, than the cases we filed in almost any other area of the law. So not only are we bringing them because we put people's time and energy focused on it, but we're having success. And that's, again, part of the reason why those numbers are where they are.
So we have a panel breakout session later today with some people that are kind of Second Amendment litigating experts, Olive from Everytown, David from Giffords, Philip from Brady. And when I wanted to make sure we weren't overlapping, and they were just, one thing they did say is that it's been incredible to see that your very talented lawyers that weren't Second Amendment experts, they've really, how much they've grown and successes and going from smaller cases to building even more complex cases and win after win after win. Something we always talk about is passing the law is the first step, implementing is next, and then defending it from lawsuits is important. So I'm glad that you were able to touch on some of that. Can you tell me what were some of maybe the earlier barriers to creating the Safe Office?
Sure, and it dovetails with your point. By the way, I have to thank all of our partners, both CAP, you mentioned Brady, Giffords, Everytown. I see Tim Daly over there shaking his head, has been a big supporter of us, and so many others that I'm probably going to offend people now that I started naming people, because there's really great partners. And I think one of the things we can do even better is continue to work in a coordinated way. There's not too many people doing this work. There's still too few. We need more energy behind it. But yeah, there were a lot of barriers. Look, I spent several years fighting to get that law, the Firearms Accountability Statute in New Jersey, passed. I was Governor Murphy's chief counsel when it was sort of became a topic. I was very proud that we got a number of gun safety laws through, including the first ghost gun law in the country, which has been a predicate law for a lot of our lawsuits. But it was tough. And it was frankly tough with folks on both sides of the aisle, which it shouldn't be. Because again, I think this is fairly routine stuff. Industry, not just the gun industry, pharmaceutical industry, a bunch of others who sort of thought they were going to get wrapped up in some big bad, conspiracy. God forbid they also be held accountable when they break the law. It was a tough fight, and it took us about 3 years. And we had a whole bunch of partners, some of whom are in this room. I see Nick Saplina hiding in the back corner. We've had really great partnerships to get that bill across the line. And I think this is true in DC, it's true in states. Putting the voices of victims of gun violence front and center changes the conversation. It has to. And that's why I got into this. I got into combating gun violence in high school because I met victims of gun violence. And once you hug one mother who's lost her son or daughter, you don't ever want to do that again. And that's true as somebody now who has done a lot of that. It sticks with you and you remember that. And so I think putting for the brave, I actually commend the students, the moms, who were willing to speak out and say that this is just, again, all we're saying is if a company is breaking a state law, we can hold them accountable. And so that was a barrier. And then look, I certainly respect some of the work they're doing on democracy, but Paul Clement was a barrier. Once we got the law passed, they waited 4 months and then sought a preliminary injunction, and then a court issued that injunction, and we had to go to the Third Circuit. And we, by the way, won in the Third Circuit. For those of you who pay attention to the law stuff, we won before a very conservative set of judges in the Third Circuit. And then once they unleashed the law, I was very clear. This is, I think, another really important point. When you pass a law, the public expects you to use it. That seems basic, but I think a lot of times we spend all this time fighting to get a law passed or get a regulation in place, and then just kind of sits there. And then people become more, and I think justifiably become more cynical. Why did we do all that? What was the point of it? And so I was clear, once that law became effective, we were going to use it. And we were going to use it effectively and aggressively to protect the residents of our state. So there were legal barriers, there were political barriers. but we were able to overcome them.
I'm so glad you touched on making sure that the importance of the voices of survivors and advocates. I think so often when we talk about gun industry accountability and we talk about circuit courts and Bruin, and it's easy to be like, all right, well, that's for those lawyers at the national groups or those people at law, at universities or whatever. But really, it starts with passing laws that give folks like you the opportunity to do enforcement. And so I just also to be advocates in this room, I want this to feel real, and hopefully throughout the day, as you engage with many of the experts that we're talking to throughout the day, that you realize that this is not, we need everyone to be involved. And this is such an exciting thing. It's a proof of concept, and New Jersey really has led the way, but there's states like Connecticut that pass laws, and now their lawyers are learning from folks in your office and learning how to do this in other states. And so I think I really encourage everyone to really lean into this and talk to your state legislators, talk to your attorney general, make noise. And so actually I do want to maybe make this a little bit more tangible for folks. We've talked about, you've defended so many laws, you've done litigation, you've gone after cases. Can you give us a couple examples of some success stories where you feel like the SAFE office has had a real impact?
Yeah, sure. I just want to underscore something you said, Nick. This can't become like an arcane, legal, abstract discussion. I say this as somebody who probably spends more time than I like with, the law. I actually did a podcast called Law Dork, if any of you ever listened to it. I said this is like the first time I've been like, yeah, this makes sense for me to be on here. But it can't be that. I say this as now raising 2 young kids. My daughter, who's 2, did her first school safety drill before she could walk. I got an email a couple weeks ago while I was doing advocacy on gun violence about her teacher, and I don't blame the teacher. They were sending it sort of to say that things went well, but they were telling me how they put Elmo on in the closet so the little kids stayed quiet. They're 2. No other country in the world would say that's acceptable. And so we can't, the survivors and those who have suffered on this epidemic and have the bravery to speak out, it does change the conversation. I started in this as a student in high school, knocking door to door to up the federal assault weapons ban, which we still don't have, and we should be ashamed of that. And by the way, we're in court defending now our state assault weapons ban, and courts seem aggressively poised to want to strike that down. We should all be alarmed by that. But we cannot lose sight of what this is about. The wins we've had have been real, and I think that is sort of dovetails with that point. We've brought cases, sometimes you say big and small. I think they're all big cases, right? Like we sued a gun retailer, FSS Armory in Morris County, where I grew up, that had, and this shows you how brazen their conduct can be, 20 firearms loose in the window, like it was a pet store. Actually, no, you wouldn't let pets loose in the window. They probably would have taken better care. Loose in the window, so clear that if you went on Google Street View and you looked up FSS Army, which is part of our case, by the way, you would see the loose guns. So anybody want to take a guess what happened at FSS Armory? Somebody shattered the window and stole the guns. And then a whole bunch of them ended up in crimes in our state and in other states, because we know a single crime gun can be used in dozens of shootings in states across the country. So we sued FSS Armory, and we won that case. And I don't know how many shootings are being stopped now because gun retailers are actually securing their firearms, but it may have been a single retailer, but these cases have had huge impacts. We sued a couple of gun stores for selling thousands of rounds of ammunition, AR-15 ammunition, the kind that we see in mass shootings across the country, without checking ID and taking payment in cash. We sued them. Guess what? And one store already settled. Again, these cases are moving quite quickly relative to other litigations. Guess what's happening in New Jersey, by my understanding, if you read the Second Amendment message boards? Gun stores are checking ID for ammunition now. We sued some of the largest manufacturers in the country. So we talk about quote unquote big cases and smaller cases. Along with Keith Ellison, and I know you're gonna have Baltimore here later, which pandering to the home crowd, at Maryland and several other places now, but Keith Ellison and I led a lawsuit against Glock for their switch. By the way, if you want to see like a Hollywood novel in a legal complaint, read our complaint. It goes back to like the military junta in Venezuela and Caracas in the 80s. It's wild. Somebody in Hollywood's going to grab this. But it's a great case. It's a real case. And guess what? We've survived motions to dismiss, meaning the case is going to discovery in New Jersey, in Minnesota, in Chicago. These are real cases. There was a perception that they couldn't win. We are winning these cases. And then just recently, I was the first state to sue Sig Sauer. I stood with widows of law enforcement. One case, a range master in our state who was cleaning his firearm. And, you know, I will say I've learned a lot about the intricacies of the mechanics of a firearm over the past several years. I don't think you need to be an expert to know that a critical feature of a gun is that it doesn't fire unless you pull the trigger. I think any layperson would agree with that. Well, these guns fire without pulling the trigger. And so they've killed a whole bunch of law enforcement officers. So we sued Sig Sauer, and I hope we won't be the last. And this was a funny one, because if you go on Second Amendment Twitter, I'm not their biggest fan, or they're not my biggest fan. But they didn't know what to do about this one, because even they hate Sig Sauer. So I think there was like a broken clock thing. But these are big, and we are winning these cases. We are surviving motions to dismiss. We are getting settlements. And the more cases we bring, the more impact we will have. They are, like, to me, they are the definition of impact litigation.
Some incredible success stories, and yes. I know there's so many more and more ongoing cases, and so hopefully when you go back, you'll also send all of our thanks to your staff and the lawyers that are working on this date.
We don't let them leave the office. They're 24 hours a day filing gun lawsuits.
I'm going to do one last
Kidding
question.
for the HR folks.
I'm going to do one more question before we open it up to the audience. What advice would you give to other states that may want to look to New Jersey's example and stand up a similar office?
Yeah, don't overthink it. Like, I think we get lost in complexity, and you can spend your wheels, debating every legal argument. There's enough good legal precedent now there. We've sort of taken some of that burden on and gotten it. Do it. We would not be having this discussion if we were talking about social media companies. Every state in the country is suing them for breaking state laws. In some cases, the very same state laws I'm using. We wouldn't be talking about it if it was opioids. We wouldn't be talking about it if it was the automobile industry. We're only talking about it because the firearms industry has they're not getting treated differently now. They've gotten treated differently for decades. And that is what we should be talking about. And the other point I would make is, yes, I'm very fortunate. It's not always easy, but we have good laws in New Jersey. Not every state has a firearms accountability statute. I think every state should. But every state has a consumer fraud statute. Every state has a products liability statute, which, by the way, both of those laws were part of our complaint against Sig Sauer. So, okay, maybe there are claims you can't bring because you don't have them. You have an obligation, I think, when a product as dangerous as a firearm is just shooting people without even a trigger being pulled, to use whatever laws you have at your disposal to protect your residents. And then the third piece that I would say is, again, it doesn't take a ton. We have four lawyers, which I'm really grateful to the governor and the legislature. We have a couple of civil investigators. Again, I'm really grateful. And we're a relatively big office, but I have 8,000 people in our department. So you're talking about a very, very small number relative to the total pie. And you have great partners. And those partners, I think, are growing in numbers, both in the advocacy space, in law firms that'll be willing to assist you, and certainly in voices and partners like you all. And I'll just finish with this because I want to get the questions. We need to think about this as part of an overall approach to combating gun violence. We haven't talked about violence intervention work, which is absolutely working in New Jersey. We're making that. We haven't talked about the great law enforcement work we're doing. It is a very significant part of that toolkit. And once you sort of start making all those things work together, it's a force multiplier as you get into it.
Wonderful. I'm going to open it up to questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand. We got one in the back of the room. If you can just give us 1 second to get the microphone to you for our online audience at home so they can follow along.
Thank you very much. And great job in New Jersey representing Connecticut against gun violence in the state of Connecticut. So we're the 10th to have an accountability law. We just passed it this past legislative session. So I guess next year we'll get the lawsuit probably. I'm not sure how that works. But the Attorney General has already started using the law. So definitely look to New Jersey and other states to figure out, how best to implement it and defend it. One of the questions I do have, though, you're talking about your toolkit. I think data is a really important thing. And one of the things, I've been in my position for a year as executive director for Connecticut Against Gun Violence. One of the things that I find frustrating is we get access to information about all of the deaths by gun violence, but we don't necessarily get it stratified as to whether it's intimate partner violence, accidental death, suicide, or the other more important information is people that have survived gunshots. So I'm wondering if you or anybody in the audience has figured out that piece of the puzzle to get that additional information so you can provide a better, more accurate, fuller picture.
That is a really, really great question. By the way, Attorney General Tong, I was just with him. He is a great champion, as you know, of gun violence prevention efforts. And obviously Connecticut has for a while been on the forefront. I mean, post the Sandy Hook litigation and so many others. So we know that it hits very close to home. So thank you for your work. And I do know he's going to use that law. I know I've had conversations with him about it, and I was thrilled that you were able to do it. Data is critical. I just generally, I'm in CAP, so I think it's probably safe to say I believe in being data-driven as we make decisions. It also can inform sort of how we make investments in some of the work. Your point on the stratification of data is I think a really good one. And this is where investing in things that are not super sexy can pay a big dividend. When I first started doing some of these conversations, maybe 8 or 9 years ago, I was talking to states across the country, and the variation in how we collect gun violence information, really all kinds of crime data, but certainly gun crime data, was kind of shocking. And so, New Jersey, I'm fortunate because we have a very centralized, we like strong executive power in New Jersey. So we have very strong capabilities to collect information. We have a central repository of it, state-based through the ROC. Our state, which is our regional intelligence center through the state police. I can order different types of data. But one thing we did that even if you don't have that control that I think is important, we invested in something called the Office of Justice Data, which is a data transparency office. And we've got some really smart people who are able to manipulate data in ways that is easy to understand. When you're dealing with law enforcement, you want to make sure things are user-friendly and easy to understand. I don't have a great answer for you that applies to every state, but small investments in data collection, NIBIN hits be coming in, we have it within 24 hours. Getting crime gun intelligence information, super critical. Getting demographic information about who is a survivor or victim of gun violence. Where are those shootings occurring? Are we seeing hotspots pop up? The more real time, and Baltimore pioneered a lot of this, the more real time we are in gathering information, the more lives we can save. Because if we're actually, it's, I think, increasingly common to call it an epidemic. That's what it is. But if you saw, I guess maybe RFK wouldn't do this, but normally, if you saw a disease pop up or a viral disease pop up that was in a certain area, you would throw the public health apparatus at it. Well, we should be doing the same with gun violence, and we should be understanding what's driving those particular things. And there are indicators. Non-fatal shootings, as you mentioned, something that we spend a lot of time on. A non-fatal shooting is just like a nice way of saying a gunshot that didn't connect. It's like largely luck in a lot of those cases. So when you start seeing non-fatals, if you solve those, if you use that investigative tool, you can find out what's happening, and you can source where those guns are coming from. And I wish, we touched on sort of indirectly PLCA, but there's another federal law, the Tiered Amendment, which makes it hard to use, which is another insane thing. Like the idea that you couldn't use crime gun information to bring civil accountability lawsuits, even under state laws where it's a legal theory, the fact that the federal government gave that level of protection to this industry should shock us. But there are some challenges. But the more information you can collect at the state level about where those guns are coming from, particularly in states like Connecticut and New Jersey, where most of our crime guns are coming from out of state, somebody is selling that gun, in many cases knowing it's going to be used in a crime, or at least not caring if it's going to be used in a crime. That's a pretty good basis for civil accountability.
Any other questions? Sorry. What? Just hold on 1 second for the microphone. Sorry.
Hi, Attorney General. My name's Diana Cochran. I'm the co-founder of Francesca's Foundation. My son lost his life to an unsecured gun in New York. He took his own life at 17. My question to you is, you cited that you have the strongest gun laws in the country, yet unlike states with the most protective child access prevention statutes, New Jersey law still largely triggers penalties only after a child has already accessed a loaded firearm. And unlike many modern prevention models, it does not universally extend secure storage protections through age 18. It's 16. Given that we know now safe storage laws prevent youth suicide, school and mass shootings, community gun crime, and unintentional deaths, why hasn't New Jersey moved to truly proactive universal safe storage standard that both requires locked storage and raises the protected age to 18?
Well, first of all, I'm so sorry for you. And I'm always amazed by the survivors' advocacy. I'm not sure I could do what you do. So I'm really, thank you for doing it. This has been a huge source of frustration for me. When I said we have the strongest gun laws in the country, that's based on some rankings. It doesn't mean we have the best or perfect gun laws. And safe storage has been one. I've been successful with many partners in getting a lot of strong gun laws passed by our legislature. But safe storage is probably number one that I've been out there on that we haven't gotten done. There are a lot of reasons for that, probably some we could talk offline, but they're not good reasons. There isn't a good reason why we don't have a stronger safe storage law. I would invite you and everybody who wants to come to New Jersey. Let's help me beat the drum on it. We need, I've been working with our great advocacy community now for, I think safe storage was first introduced maybe, somebody in the room can correct me, maybe 2019 we were pushing it. You're absolutely right. If we're going to be data-driven, safe storage saves lives. I mean, we had a case not far from my office where a 2-year-old killed himself with a firearm that his father left in a Paw Patrol backpack. Like, when I read that, how do you even possibly argue against the idea that that gun should, had it been more securely stored, would have saved that kid's life? So I'm with you. And I'm disappointed that we haven't gotten that done. And I think the way we keep driving these numbers down, look, we had never had under 1,000 people shot in New Jersey history ever. So 3 years ago, we just kind of said, we're going to get under 1,000. This year, knock on wood, we're probably going to be under 600. Yes, on the one hand, that's almost 1,000 people less than what were shot a decade ago, but how do we get from 600 to 0? Like, that's what I'm focused on. And a big move we can make is safe storage. So you will have a full-throated champion from me on it, and I fully agree with you. It is frustrating and disappointing that even in a state like New Jersey, you still have, and there's, confusing, there's the advocates on the other side, they like to confuse legislators, they like to make it seem like, there's going to be this moment where you need your gun and you're not going to be able to get out. Like, there's no empirical basis for this. It's just wrong. The evidence is clear. And I think the more people saying that, that's why I applaud you for continuing to speak out on this. They need to hear your story. Like, that's what I mean. It's one thing for me to say it as the Attorney General. It's another thing for a legislator or a regulator or an Attorney General to look, a family member or survivor of gun violence in the eye and say, yeah, but it's much harder to do. And that's why I think we've seen progress that we've seen both in Congress, with the Safer Communities Act, but also at state levels across the country.
This has been an incredible conversation. I know we could do this for hours. I know this is not just a job for you, but something that you're so passionate about. And I know you're going to continue to try to make sure not only is New Jersey get down to zero, but to help the rest of the country. And so excited to continue this conversation again in the future. But I just wanted to, one more time, can we just give a round of applause just for AJ Placken and everything he's been doing? I'm very excited. We're going to be moving to breakout sessions. We're going to take about a 15-minute break. We're going to actually put up a wall so we can open up what we call the orange room for a next session. We also have something on the second floor, and we'll be back in this main event space. I see your agenda, actually. And so if you're interested in risk education and changing attitudes around guns, you can stay in this room. Strategies to prevent firearm suicide will be in the back of the room. And on the second floor, we're going to be talking about, at the ballot box, trends in GVP ballot initiatives, both Maine Gun Safety Coalition's big success on red flag laws, but also what Massachusetts is working on in defense. And I also want to say, firearm suicide, a lot of these topics are going to be heavy. If you need to excuse yourself in a quiet place, we have some quiet conference rooms that are set up. Just find a CAP colleague at the registration desk, and we'll take you to the second floor. But looking forward to more conversations. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
When I approach an individual that has come into our facility as a result of a gunshot wound, my approach to them is from a trauma-informed approach, meaning that I understand that patient that has been a victim of gun violence, they experience a degree of trauma that most people who have not experienced that really doesn't understand that mindset. My name is Nadir Abdullah. I've been working in the care coordination department as a violence intervention specialist. I'm just using the name Marcus. Marcus is not the individual per se. But I would say like Marcus, he is a 28-year-old male patient that came to our hospital as a result of GSW gunshot wound. And he began to share with me, not during the course of that first visit, but subsequent visits that I made. He had 2 children, a daughter and a son, and he was able to share with me that, yeah, I'm in the street. I've been hustling, man, for a long while. That's the only income that I have, and I depend on it to take care of my family. We also talked about, what you're going to do when you get out of the hospital. And so his response to me is that, man, I want to get some get back, man. They tried to kill me, so when we went down the whole line of, the options, the possibilities, what will happen if you get some get back. It doesn't necessarily have to go to the OR this time. You can wind up in the morgue. So when we talk things like that, that's the reality of the lifestyle. He wanted a way out of that lifestyle, but he just didn't know how to escape it. After that conversation, then I was able to convince him to not retaliate, because I focused the conversation on his children. That is a success story that I am proud of, and that is a success story that he is proud of, because this same individual was able to take his children down to the Oriole Park to watch a baseball game, by way of, we provided tickets for he and his family to go down there. So that is the lifestyle that he's living there. He's enjoying his life outside of the game, and he's taking care of his kids because he's working legitimately.
All right. Well, welcome, everybody. Thank you for being in this panel, Risk Education and Changing Attitudes Around Guns. I'm the moderator, Josh Horowitz. I'm the co-director of the Center for Gun Violence Solutions at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. I'm a professor of the practice at the school, and I'm really happy to be here. Someone just leaned in and whispered to us as we were walking, this is the most exciting part of the GVP movement. And we're really happy to hear that. This is an exciting part of the gun violence prevention movement, where we're going to focus on things like attitude change, behavioral change. And as someone who works in public health, and I work a lot about policy, I think behavioral change is one of those areas of public health that is not fully used, not fully necessarily exploited in this field, and something that we haven't given nearly enough attention. And so I'm really excited to have this panel with us today, because I'm interested in learning more about this and realizing this has been an underutilized tool for us. And this panel has some really good experience and opportunities for us to grow and learn and save lives. So let me just introduce the panel, which I'm incredibly excited about. So Gabriel Garcia is the Policy and Advocacy Director for Youth Alive. So thank you for being here. Lisa Rod-Vienne is a council member in Anne Arundel County, Maryland, which is right up the road here, and is a union organizer for a local teachers union, and has been a teacher for many years. And then, incredibly excited to be sitting next to my friend, Nina Vinnick, who we've known for a long time, is the founder and president of Project Unloaded. And thank you for doing that, all of you. And I think taking some risks of innovation, really appreciative to hear. So let's just jump in. We're going to talk for about 30 minutes, and then we'll answer questions. So please make sure that you think about what you'd like to ask. And so let's just get right into it. So I'm going to start with a couple of questions for Nina. What is Project Unloaded, and how do you think about your risk education in your work? Risk education is not a term I throw around every day, so tell us about it.
Thanks, Josh. Great to see everybody. So, Project Unloaded, for those of you who might not know us yet, is a now almost 4-year-old national gun violence prevention organization with a mission to educate, engage, and empower young people through large-scale social media campaigns and community partnerships that all focus on a central message. And that message is that guns make us less safe. So that's another way of saying that we are about firearm risk education, especially focused on young people. Now, we do that through large-scale creative social media campaigns and local community partnerships that are really all about meeting young people where they are with information about the risks that come with having and using guns during a period when they are forming their views and making decisions about gun use and gun ownership. Now, why is risk education important? So the answer to that really starts with the data. So if you kind of go back with me in the Wayback Machine about 25 years ago, which is more or less the time that I started working in the gun violence prevention space, back at that time, most Americans understood that having a gun at home would make them less safe rather than more safe, and household gun ownership was on the decline. Well, fast forward to today, and those trends have completely flipped. And now most Americans believe the myth that having a gun will make them safer, and in many cases, they're acting on that belief, right, and buying guns for protection. Protection is now by far the leading reason that people cite for gun ownership. But of course, we all know in this room that the idea that guns offer safety is a myth, right? A gun at home doubles your risk for homicide, triples your risk for suicide. Communities with more guns have more gun violence, not less, right? Preaching to the choir. But most people don't know that. And what was most interesting to me when I dug into the data was that the steepest shift in that risk perception over time has been among young people, which feels counterintuitive, right? Because we all know gun violence is the leading cause of death for kids and teens in our country, and yet it is the case that most young people, by a large margin, according to our research, believe that having a gun will make them safer. So that's where the need for risk education comes in. Now, why do we focus on young people? Well, I think, we all know that once you get to be an adult, it is much harder to shift views when it comes to really almost any topic, let alone something that can be as tied to personal identity as gun ownership. But young people are different. And Gabriel, I hope, is going to back me up on this. Young people are still forming their views. They might be gun curious, but they're open to learning more. And what we have found in our work at Project Unloaded is that when we reach them with fact-based information in an engaging way delivered by their peers about the risks that come with owning and using guns, we can shift their views. We can increase their awareness of those risks and decrease their interest in future gun ownership. And so that's really the data that motivates our work and our approach at Project Unloaded and the way we think about risk education as part of that work.
And of course, that is a demographic that's relentlessly targeted by the gun industry. So part of what you're doing is, I think, just putting it's sort of, I don't know if it's countering that or putting another narrative out there.
100%. So, we heard a lot this morning about supply side approaches to address gun violence. I think we're here to tell you that we also need to think about the demand side. And the gun industry and the NRA certainly have been relentless in selling the myth that guns offer safety. And, that narrative, I think, for a long time has gone, more or less unchallenged by our movement. And I think we want to make the case that, it's time for our movement to really take that on and to focus on the demand side and to do that using some of the tools that we all, I think, have found successful in thinking about firearm risk education.
So before I get to the rest of the panel, I want to go ask about those tools. So what I understand is Project Unloaded has a new report where you really identify like sort of types of risk education strategies and tools that people can use. So let me just follow up that. What's the report say, and what are some of those tools that really can have an impact?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Josh. So our work really at Project Unloaded focuses on digital campaigns, really leveraging young people's love of social media as a place where they go for information, where they go to find community, and also working with local partners to meet them offline as well. The report that we released just in the last couple of weeks really talks to policymakers and advocates about how policy can also be a lever that we can use for firearm risk education. And Lisa in Anne Arundel County has done some really innovative work along those lines. So what we touch on in the report are 3 areas of policy opportunity, primarily at the local and state levels, for obvious reasons. And those 3 areas are school-based programming, right? In all 50 states, young people have to take health education classes. And there are all kinds of standards about what has to be taught in health class, including teaching young people about the risks of smoking or the risks of opioids and so on. But nowhere do we require that young people learn about the risks of firearm use, despite the fact that firearms are the leading cause of death for kids and teens. So school-based programming is one area of policy opportunity. The second is consumer-facing policies. So taking a page from the tobacco or alcohol risk education models, right, we can think about things like warning labels or educational information that's distributed at the point of sale, right, which would go out to those who might be considering their first firearm purchase. And then the final area of policy opportunity that we talk about in the report is large-scale public education campaigns. So we've seen a lot of success in a number of states looking at campaigns around ERPO education or safe storage education. Those are important, but those are really education campaigns that focus on existing gun owners, so people who have already made the decision to bring a gun into their home. We think we can widen that aperture and use large-scale public education campaigns to reach young people in particular before they make a decision to pick up a gun.
So that's really speaking the language of public health. You're marrying policy and education. I think when you think about the biggest successes in public health, think about seatbelts, policy and education, alcohol, policy and education. And I think, maybe we've been missing that here. So kudos to all of you for sort of thinking this through and finding that important opportunity. So Gabriel, let's talk about Youth Alive a little bit. And in a little of our pre-discussion, you talked about some of the prevention programs that you're working on. I was really intrigued by the fact that you do this youth and multi-generational learning to sort of get the message out a little broader. Can you tell us about Youth Alive in that program?
Yeah, sure. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining the panel. Really appreciate you being here. Again, my name is Gabriel Garcia. I am the Policy and Advocacy Director for Youth Alive. For those that aren't familiar, we are a community-based organization in Oakland, California that does violence prevention, intervention, and healing work. So that's how we think about our work, is in those 3 different buckets, right? So folks here might be very familiar with community violence intervention. We actually created the hospital-based violence intervention program model, so that is one of our claims to fame within this space. Forgive me for invoking that privilege, but I, as Policy and Advocacy Director, also oversee our prevention department, which includes our high school Teens on Target program. So this is an after-school program where we are educating high school students in the most heavily impacted neighborhoods in Oakland. And for those that aren't familiar with Oakland, we have been on that top 10 list of most violent cities for years, but we are currently on track to have about a 50% reduction in gun violence compared to our pre-pandemic highs. So that's the context I'm coming from. And the reason that I wanted to come here today is because Nina's report, Project Unloaded's report, I think really highlights why prevention programs are such an important part of how we are interacting with young people, especially young people that we are not educating them about gun violence, right? They already understand it because they see it, they live through it. So this is not, for our youth, this is not a theoretical issue, right? The idea of picking up a gun or needing a gun for protection is not theoretical. It is something that they're confronted with day after day after day. So this is a very real consideration that a lot of our youth have to contend with. And what we're able to do is not come into a space where we are shaming them for that very natural instinct that we know some of our youth experience, but to really equip them with information on the fact that guns don't make them safer, right? Meanwhile, they are contending with the feeling that they might need one. So you talked about our multi-generational approach. I think one thing that I love is we're working with high school students, and what we're doing is providing them a violence prevention curriculum. We go over the root causes of violence, and this is a curriculum that was developed by teens in the 90s in Oakland that we continually update to this day. We teach them about root causes of violence, the different types of violence, gang violence, family violence, dating violence, so that they can recognize and get language for things that they're already witnessing, experiencing, and are aware of in their community. Once we teach them that curriculum, we then train them to deliver that curriculum in their own words to middle school students all around Oakland. So when we talk about, and this is highlighted really eloquently in the report, that one of the essential aspects of the school-based programming, which we are a part of, is having trusted messengers. So we're fortunate enough that 2 of our staff members that are running the Teens on Target program are former TNT youth, which I think is super cool. But in addition to that, the high school students are seen by the middle schoolers as trusted messengers. So that multi-generational leadership development, risk education that we get to do on Teens on Target, I think is crucial to the success of this program, especially, again, in the context of neighborhoods where our students talk about regularly hearing gunshots. So these are real practical considerations.
I have a quick follow-up. So I've been doing this for a little while, and Teens on Target is something you said started in the 90s and I think was kind of revolutionary at the time, and it sounds like it still is. Can you tell us about the importance of sort of keeping it going for these years and not just being in and out of communities, but how the idea of trust builds over time?
Yeah, it builds in a few different ways. So one is being a community-based institution. I meet folks in the wild all the time doing community organizing work that have some connection to Teens on Target. It literally just happened to me at a conference last week where I met somebody who he, as a youth, was shot and was brought into the Teens on Target program to start telling his story. So one of the things that we're able to do is actually pay our youth to do this work. So the leadership opportunity is also a professional development opportunity that we give them. And a lot of times they are telling their personal stories, experiences with violence to be that credible messenger when they're reaching out to the rest of the community, right? So that institutional credibility, I think, is something that is really valuable. But in addition to that, I think we've seen alumni from Teens on Target go on to do great things. Like I said, some of them are helping run the program now. We've had some of the original members of TNT actually be on our Youth Alive board. So we see that come full circle.
And that just has to, credibility, right? It has to make those messages more impactful. So congratulations. And for all of us, it matters that we're there, that we meet people where they are, that we stay involved, and that we don't just shift around sort of willy-nilly. But that's really, thank you for that insight. Lisa, really interesting on some of the things you've worked on. So we don't always link policy and education, although I think this panel is doing that. But you've worked on and really shepherded through a policy that does just that. So can you tell us about what you've been working on?
Yeah, so I'm grateful that this particular policy has survived some court challenges and is now in place, and at least from the policymakers' perspective, is in the rearview mirror and doing what it's supposed to do. But let me just tell you, give you a little context. my name is Lisa Rodvian, and I represent District 6 on the Anne Arundel County Council. My district happens to represent the city of Annapolis and then the immediate surrounding areas that are not part of the city that are out in the county. So 2 days after I won my primary, the first time I ran for office in 2018, you may recall the Capitol Gazette shooting. 5 journalists in Annapolis were murdered by a person who had a grievance with some of the reporting that happened. And so gun violence was very much at the beginning of my time as a policymaker. And as a teacher, I had the very, very heartbreaking experience of losing a very small number, thankfully, of former students to gun violence, and also had a number of students who had been shot, but then survived. So I had a little more interaction with gun violence than I ever desired. I guess no one ever desires any interaction with gun violence, and that's why we're here. And one of the editor-in-chief of the Capitol was still around and very personally impacted because he lost 5 of his coworkers in a single day, and a day that he happened to not be in the office. And so, that's, I think, was a heavy burden. And so he's always had some passion about the issue of gun violence prevention. And so it really spoke to me. I had met some of those journalists, and obviously I had worked with my students very closely. So this was something I wanted to do something about, even though I knew at the county level it was going to be very difficult. So much of the field around guns is preempted. It's either preempted by federal law or the state has sort of taken control of regulation. So I really had to think outside of the box. And so I was just thinking, well, what can we do? What could we do at the county level that's not regulating guns, but that might have an impact? And so I just came up with this idea. And thankfully, I had, there was some momentum. Our county had declared a gun violence health crisis. So we were actually already looking at it from the health perspective. And I came up with this idea to basically get literature, get information into the hands of people when they made a gun purchase. Now, we couldn't do it at first. I was thinking, well, we could have it, on the counters in the gun stores. Nope, that was going to be, that was going to be regulation. So it was only going to be after they purchased a firearm that they would get this information. And that was kind of how we stayed out of the regulator. We're not regulating anything because it happens after the purchase. They're making the decision to make the purchase, and then they get the information. And we just, some small pamphlets, that's really all it was, and incredibly inexpensive to implement too. I think, our county in a $2 billion budget every year, we spend like less than $10,000 on this. And even that might be, it might have gone down after we bought like did all the initial printing. But it includes suicide prevention. So it's got the 988 information, the 988 website, information about safe gun storage, and information about conflict resolution. And so, this has been very hard. People have asked, what kind of data do you have? We don't have great data because obviously it's going to be very hard to track, the impact of something like that. In fact, I'm sure we'll never be able to fully track. But because I was preparing to come here, I wanted to just look and see, is there anything? And I'm, again, not scientific level here, but in the first year, so with all the court challenges, there was a delay before this law went into effect. Even though I introduced it in 2021, it didn't get fully implemented and enforced until about April of 2023. And even then, the court challenges were still playing out. But it was implemented and enforced in 2023. And during that year, I'm sorry, I want to make sure I get this right. I have the stats on my phone. I'm going to pull this up. I'm terrible remembering numbers. So in that year, whoops, that's not the right one. Okay, good. This one has the numbers or the years. We had 32 firearm suicides in 2023. And then in 2024, which was the first year that we would have had full implementation, the law was fully implemented for the entire year, it dropped to 26. And then in 2025, this year, obviously, we don't have complete data because the year is not over, but we've only had 17 firearm suicides. So we are showing a downward trend. Obviously, correlation is not causation. I'll just repeat that over and over again. And we've done a lot of other things to provide interventions. One of the things our county has done that I'm also super proud of is we have basically distributed thousands of gun locks to, just add another layer of safety on the public health side. We have, following the model of Baltimore, I think that last clip that we were watching right before we sat down was Baltimore City, and we're just Anne Arundel County. If you don't know the geography of this area, is just south of Baltimore City. So, we interact a lot and we watch what they do because they do some really good stuff. And I hear that there may be a speaker coming from Baltimore City to talk about that later today. And so our county has actually implemented a program very similar to that in the city of Annapolis, having conversations just like that one was having, that gentleman was having with an impacted individual. So we've taken a lot of measures in the county.
Well, that's fantastic. And,
Yeah.
as representing a Maryland institution, if you need an evaluation partner, we might be able to help that, find somebody who can help with that.
Good to know. Thank you.
I really like that strategy and all these strategies because they address both suicide, harm to self, and harm to others, homicide. And so it's not, your ability to affect issues across the board, I think is very appealing about this. And so I think I'll start with Gabriel, but why don't we talk about a success? Tell us about one success that you're really proud of with this program.
My only beef is that I'm not going to keep it to one. So one of the things that is, I think, really speaks to the fact that what you were talking about, Nina, is that our young people are capable of learning of that knowledge, attitude, behavior, framework that you discussed in the report. After receiving our curriculum, and this is like a year-long process for most of our youth, we see huge attitude changes and behavior changes that we would love to extrapolate. So one is about 63% of our youth surveyed at the end of the year say that in the last 6 months, they had mediated a conflict that was likely to lead to violence. These are the same youth who at the beginning of the year said that they're the first ones to run to a fight to record it, right? So that attitude change, that behavior change is so huge for us. To the middle school students that we present to, a lot of them maybe already understood some of the issues on joining a gang or claiming a turf, but we see a huge jump. So about 60% of the middle school students that we present to surveyed said that they now understood the dangers of joining a gang or claiming a turf, compared to 37% before receiving our presentation. That's a 23% jump, which is huge because we don't have a lot of time with these middle school students. So it shows that even a small dosage of this education can go a long way. And then lastly, this number was already fairly high, 76% of, sorry, I got that mixed up. So it's 60% of the middle school students said that they would talk a friend out of carrying a gun. So that's the huge jump, is them actually understanding the dangers enough to talk a friend out of carrying a gun. 76% of our young people in the high school program said that they understood the dangers of joining a gang, claiming a turf, and that number jumped to 88% after receiving our curriculum. So we know that this risk education is powerful. We know it's impactful. We just need to reach more students. We have about 140 students enrolled across 3 high schools in Oakland. Our goal would be to expand to all the comprehensive high schools in the Oakland Unified School District. Hopefully we'll have a plan and funders, if there's any in this room, talk to me after this, that could make that happen so that we could reach even more students. But that is really one of the key examples of the success that we're able to have. But beyond the data, the numbers, I would just say that because our students are able to join their freshman year and stay through their senior year, the growth that we see within those students, because we're having them do public speaking over and over again, is incredible. Like, we had some students who joined as freshmen who, when asked to give a presentation, started tearing up. because they were so nervous, who at the end of their senior year are giving valedictorian speeches in front of their whole graduating class. And that's happened multiple times since I've joined the organization. So not only are we able to educate them about the risks of firearms, but we really see that leadership development come to fruition within the small time that we have with our students.
Yeah, I love that because, delaying like gun possession, gun purchase, any type of behavior among youth is so important because the data just says to us if, when you start carrying as a young person, a very young person, the likelihood of future criminal activity and things like that goes way up. Delaying that and intervening in those ages is so smart. So I love that success. Thank you. But let's go on. So Lisa, what's your success or other thing you want to highlight? You've talked about the data. I don't know. We had talked about, give me one example, but maybe it's the data.
I think the data is probably the best example, but also I think all of these different strategies that Anne Arundel County has brought together has sort of elevated the issue and made, got people thinking about it and realizing the seriousness of it. I think having at our public libraries, giving away gun locks, draws attention. Even if you don't get one, even if you're just walking by and you see a table set up, it gets you thinking about, the risks and the safety issues that are associated with guns. So I think it's helped elevate the issue, and I hope that the statistics mean what they say.
We can figure that out.
All right.
All right. So look, I'm not sure since we're running a little late because of the fire alarm thing. Oh, I'm getting to you. Don't get wrong. I just want people to prepare their questions. So after Nina speaks, we're going to start getting some Q&A. So start thinking about what you want to ask. I have more questions, but I want to make sure before they cut us off, you get your chances. So just start thinking about that, and I'll start calling after Nina goes.
Those of you who know me know I'm also really a data nerd, so I did want to make sure I had a chance to share some of our data in the form of successes. So like Gabriel and Youth Alive, we also survey the young people in our local community programs, and we see shifts of between 20 and 30 points after participating in one of our programs in increased awareness of the risks that come with having and using guns and decreased interest in gun ownership and use. And we know from other public health research that expressions of behavioral intent are predictive of future behavior. So if we can get young people to move away from a desire to have a gun, that's going to stick. There's a lot of evidence to say that's going to stick. But I also want to talk about the data that we have from our social media campaigns. Because, let's be honest, that's how you scale risk education work, right? Like local programming is really important, but it's harder and more expensive to scale. With social media, scale is not only possible, but we know how to do it. We know what it costs. We know how to deliver it, and we know how to reach exactly the audiences that we're trying to reach. So our target audience through our social media campaigns is 13 to 17-year-olds, because that's the period when young people are forming those views and making decisions about gun ownership and use. From our research, when we reach young people in that 13 to 17-year-old bracket with our social media campaigns, right, and this is a 20-second message, right, through a paid ad or through creator content, we see a 15-point drop in interest in having a gun after exposure to those messages. Now, it's not one and done, right? We need to keep reinforcing those messages over time, which is exactly what we do. But that's the kind of shift that's possible. Now, we've already reached 10 million young people through our campaigns. That's more than a quarter of teens across the country, right? And so that translates into hundreds of thousands of young people who are moving away from interest in having a gun.
That the targeting is incredibly important. I think that's one difference between social media and broadcast, of the ability to find the sort of audience you're looking for. Do you do broadcast, or is it all social media?
No, it's all social media. Can I share one
Yeah,
example of that
absolutely.
targeting?
Yeah.
So, one thing we know from our research is that video games are a place where a lot of young people, and particularly teen boys, are first exposed to guns. Now, video games do not cause gun violence, right? That's a red herring that we've all heard. There's no evidence of that. But it is a place where young people are learning about guns. And so we saw that as an opportunity to connect with young gamers online through trusted partners, creators who are also gamers, right? And we built a campaign around that called Leave Guns in the Game. And the idea is to connect with gamers with this message that, hey, you know, guns in video games can be a lot of fun, but in real life, they add more risk. Now, that's not a message that's coming from me or from our staff. It's coming from other young people who are into gaming online. And we can target those messages to young people who are interested in gaming in those online communities. And that campaign has been one of our most successful.
That's just incredible that I mean, I think the idea is, don't play games, that's not realistic. Using it as a framework to get people the message, that's brilliant. So, really nice work. Okay, I can see Devin's hands going up, right? He's been looking at me the whole time, so let's go.
Me again. Hi, I'm Devin Hughes, president and founder of GVpedia. Having been in the debunking, disinformation, and myth-busting space for more than a decade, it's great to hear this space being exciting. And I was particularly curious about how all of you use, or if you use, inoculation-style messaging to counter disinformation rather than just pushing out the accurate information, but seeing like, hey, there's this disinformation in the space, and pre-bunking it for people to inoculate them against further gun lobby, fire hose of falsehood, propaganda type statements.
Thoughts on the inoculation idea?
Well, I would say that's exactly what our model is, right? We're not being reactive or responsive to misinformation that's out there. We're really trying to preempt it with accurate information. So I think what's important about our model is that we aren't telling young people what to do or what to think. We're really empowering them with information. And I think our maybe biggest insight in almost 4 years of work is that most people don't want to talk about gun violence, right? It's a heavy topic. It can feel frustrating, right? It can feel hopeless for, all the reasons we know in this room. We are used to talking about it and thinking about it 24/7, but that's not what most people want to do, especially when they're consuming information online. And so the way into this conversation for us has not been through the front door, but through a side door. So that's why our gaming campaign has been so successful, right? We're finding the interests and the niches that young people are already in, and we're creating a safe space to have a conversation about guns that isn't grounded in the misinformation of the gun lobby and the gun industry, right? If I'm someone online who, gun ownership is part of my identity, it's easy for me to find a community of like-minded people, right? Online and offline. But if I'm someone who has a different view and chooses not to have a gun because I know that guns aren't going to make me safe, I think until now, that community has been much harder to find. And so what we're trying to do is make that a safe space for young people through their love of gaming, through their interest in talking about mental health. We have another campaign focused on youth mental health and gun violence. So again, it's not taking on this issue and bringing it to them head on, because that's going to turn off a lot of our audience. It's really finding the space through other interests and making this a safe part of those conversations. We're really trying to normalize or inoculate, in your words, a conversation that's grounded in the facts and the reality that guns are not making us safer.
Yeah, Gabriel?
Yeah, I love the inoculation framework. It's one that I use a lot, but do want to acknowledge that for our young people, as I mentioned, there's not as much opportunity to do the pre-bunking. It's listed in the report, Nina, but Project Unloaded acknowledges that a majority of Black and brown youth have personal experiences with violence or have a friend, loved one who has, right? So the exposure to gun violence is just the context that we're giving them the information with. And I think what we're able to do is acknowledge all of the messages that they may have received already. So we, with our youth, identify media and the way that that can cause violence and talk to them very openly about how they are receiving those messages. So this is one thing that Nina has in the report as well, is the interactivity of the messaging that after-school programs can give. So we really open up the conversation for them to bring in the messages that they've already received about guns and the need to own one, whether that is local people in their neighborhood, people in their life, or through the media, and how that has just been normalized. And it gives us the opportunity to stop and get them to recognize that that normalization is not something that they should experience, right? And I think that that's how we're able to get to it, is really acknowledging what they've already received, as opposed to understanding or believing that they haven't received these messages. They have exposure to gun violence. What we're able to do is give them context and information after the fact.
All right, fantastic, yeah. Okay, let's start over here, yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shayna Harrison. I'm the Education Director at New Yorkers Against Gun Violence. I've been with the organization for 20 years. I started as a young person, like yourself, 19. I teach gun violence prevention in high schools all around the city. Right now, we're in 20 high schools. We teach gun violence as a public health issue, so we're actually providing a gun violence curriculum working side by side with the health teacher, and it's a 4-credit class. The reason why I'm bringing all that up is because I'm just so excited for this panel. You guys are saying all the right things. We all know how hard it is to advocate for universal curriculum in schools, right? I think New Yorkers Against Gun Violence has been really successful at working directly with principals, and we created a curriculum using New York State's health data story. We wrote a gun violence prevention curriculum with the data story for New York State Health Department, and have been able to implement that curriculum in schools that way. I bring that all up to say that anyone who's interested in gun violence prevention curriculum in schools, with all the red tape, and for our experience, it's been really, really helpful working directly with the schools themselves. Folks don't always have budgets for that, but if you can partner with organizations to do that.
So will you do me a favor?
Yes.
And share your name again and
of
way
course.
to contact you.
Yeah, my name is Shayna Harrison. I work at New Yorkers Against Gun Violence. We also have a training of the facilitators, where we train other crisis management system facilitators and violence interrupters on our curriculum and how to implement them in schools. So if anyone is interested in doing something like that, we would love to do that, because like you said, it's really hard to scale this work.
And we do talk about the New Yorkers program in our report, so another plug for that.
And so someone could reach you through your website or?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right,
Absolutely.
cool. All right, next question, back over there, yeah. Yep, you.
Good afternoon. Lawrence Grand Prix, Director of Research for Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle, a grassroots think tank out of Baltimore. I have a question for Gabriel, but anyone can answer. We have the importance of the public health frame is that it addresses some of the criminal frame, but there's some potential slippage in the public health frame that can lead it to repathologized community. So when you talk about credibility, the credible message of frame comes out of the work that the Black Panthers were doing in the 70s. And a lot of our finding is the most credible usage of indigenous cultural best practices isn't just talking about like a public health frame, but explicitly spiritual and political frame, right? So if violence in America is a disease, who's the typhoid Mary? Who's patient zero? I would say it's Christopher Columbus, right? The imperial violence that we see in our communities is a reflection of the violence at the top level. And that's actually the methodology many of our most effective practitioners in the Black community have used in the 80s and the 90s, Million Man March, Nation of Islam. So my concern is that it's a thin line between violence is a disease and these communities are diseased, and we need people to come in and save them. Right, so I guess my question is, how do you utilize the indigenous best practices and methodologies of these communities and not create this sort of imperial public health frame where we need white saviors to come in and teach us how to be peaceful?
Great question, and my answer is going to fall woefully short of needing to address everything that was talked about. I will say that one of the privileges of doing this work in Oakland is that the identity of the Black Panthers and the movement of those struggles is so baked in culturally that our youth get a lot of that exposure and experience and knowledge through other community-based organizations, through their own schools. And I think the Oakland Unified School District, to their credit, they've been open to having a lot of curriculum addressing some of these things. What I will say is, compared to folks who are coming from outside of the community and coming in and saying this is what it should be and doing that pathologizing that you're talking about, as I mentioned earlier, 2 of the practitioners on our program, which is only a team of 4, so half, are former Teens on Target youth themselves. So that ideally long-term inoculation, multi-generational leadership development that we're doing that is homegrown because this program was born out of the folks who needed it most, which were young people surviving through Oakland, through peak violence in the 90s, created this program that they knew that they needed, which mirrors a lot of the genesis of our other programs at Youth Alive, including our intervention programming and our healing programming, where we have a homicide response program created by a mom who lost her son to gun violence. I would say that by really investing in the leadership that's already there, really allowing and putting platforms in front of the youth who are experiencing this, surviving this, who have the knowledge on what is required to keep them safe in the first place, that is one way we get around the pathologizing. And instead of coming from the outside in, it's really building that leadership from the inside out.
All right, is that our last question, or you give me okay, does anybody want any more answers for that last question? Okay. Well, I just want to thank the panel so much. Very insightful. Thanks to the audience for great questions. And I'm looking forward to further discussion on this really important topic. Great job, everybody.
Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists. It was an excellent conversation. I hope this continues. I just want to let you know we're going to go to lunch now. I want to thank every Town for Gun Safety for the generous sponsorship once again of lunch. It's important that we try to keep this conference free for all attendees, and so we appreciate our sponsors. After lunch, we're going to be back on schedule at 1:30. If you're interested in From Law to Practice, effective implementation of extreme risk protection orders and DV orders, we'll be in this room. If you want to talk about gun industry accountability litigation, we'll be in the back room. And then upstairs will be movement building and practice. If you want to have a little more of an interactive conversation, I will encourage you to go upstairs as well. You can go out, enjoy lunch and some networking and more conversations. Thank you again to our panel.
I don't even think we've begun to understand what it's like, the way it changes you. Thank God they don't talk about like the immense survivor guilt that you carry with you, that sense of safety and security that was taken from you that day. My name is Abby Clements. I was a teacher at the time of the tragedy at Sandy Hook School in Newtown, Connecticut on December 14th, 2012. I went to work, it was a Friday. I prepared for the day, and then it was very quiet when I heard what sounded like metal chairs falling, very loud crash. My second graders and I huddled into the coats, and we heard all the gunfire, and I just wanted to make it stop. I tried to block the sounds from them best I could. I tried to read to them and tried to sing to them, and I heard people saying, "Police, open the door." And I did, and we just ran. That was absolute fear that we were running into an active situation. I just looked at my feet running and held a few kids as we ran. And then that was the beginning of this new way. After this, I get to see one of my student survivors, and we get to sit and have coffee. And she motivates me. My students motivate me because they see this unfold over and over again. And they are absolutely angry. They're 18 years old and 19. And they are perplexed and furious that what happened to them as second graders continues to happen over and over in schools and communities across the country. And I want to be part of that solution. And I think for me, it's a way to work through the survivor guilt too. Like, what are you going to do with that? You have a choice. You're just going to like put that event in my orange box of memorabilia for that day, or am I going to go out of my comfort zone all the time, day after day, and try to make a little bit of change?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming to our panel on implementation of gun violence prevention policies. We're going to focus today's session on extreme risk protection orders and domestic violence protection orders. Now, my name is Lisa Geller. I'm the Director of Implementation at the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions, and I also co-lead the National ERPO Resource Center, which is funded by the Department of Justice to do training and technical assistance on ERPO laws across the country. But I really want to expand this conversation to implementation of other policies, recognizing that not everyone in this room works or lives in a state with an extreme risk protection order. So we'll also be talking about domestic violence protection orders and other civil protection orders as a way to include hopefully everyone in this conversation. I'm really happy that I have Sarah and Amanda here with me today. When folks ask me who is an expert in law enforcement on ERPO laws, I always say Amanda. When people ask me who's a prosecutor who's doing a great job on ERPO laws, I always talk about Sarah, and they both happen to work around the district, and so I was able to convince them to take time out of their demanding jobs, their busy schedules to join us for this conversation today. So I am going to let them introduce themselves, start with Sarah and Amanda, and then we'll kick off this panel.
Hello, everybody. I'm glad we're all sitting in here instead of out on the sidewalk. I'm Sarah Connell. I'm with the Domestic Violence and Special Victims section at the DC Attorney General's office. And I've been there for almost 18 years, but all of my experience as a lawyer and as a non-lawyer has been primarily in domestic violence. I also handle the extreme risk protection orders, many of them that are filed in the District of Columbia. So I'm really glad to be here. Thank you.
And thank you all so much. My name is Amanda Paris. I'm a detective sergeant with Fairfax County Police Department in Fairfax, Virginia. I have 15 years of law enforcement experience. 7 of those, I was a domestic violence detective, where eventually I became our senior detective and sat on many different panels and expertise about domestic violence. But I also am the subject matter expert for the Commonwealth of Virginia for law enforcement when it comes to emergency risk orders. We call them emergency substantial risk orders, but we know that everywhere else they call them ERPOs as well. So thank you so much for this opportunity. We look forward to today.
All right, so I think it's important to have a conversation about implementation because as advocates, which a lot of folks in the room are, spent so much time and energy trying to pass laws, right, at the state level, at the federal level. But if we don't take that next step and figure out how to actually make them work, all that energy and expense, sometimes physical and monetary expense, was for nothing. And so I want everyone to walk away from this conversation with at least one thing you can do in your jurisdiction to improve implementation, whether that's starting your own task force and getting law enforcement prosecutors, DV advocates, community groups involved. That's one thing you could potentially take away from this. But I really want folks to leave this room with a better understanding, not necessarily of what these laws are, because I think everyone in here is an expert on the laws in their states, but really what you can do to make sure that those laws are being used and therefore we're preventing gun violence and we're saving lives. And I think Sarah and Amanda have done an amazing job of that, and I know it's sometimes hard. As a public health researcher myself, it can feel a little bit thankless because you're focused so much on prevention, and it's really hard to measure lives saved, right? And I think law enforcement gets blamed when shootings happen and things don't go right. But I think that there is also an opportunity to thank implementers and law enforcement and prosecutors when they do save a life. And so that's another thing you can take back to your jurisdiction is figuring out how to measure those lives saved and calling attention to the success stories in your jurisdiction. Is it a mass shooting threat that was averted, never materialized, and people didn't die? Or whether it's just that implementation has been more successful than the year or the month prior. So I want to start with you, Sarah. What has been in DC some of the drivers of success for implementing ERPOs and DVPOs?
Well, in the DVPOs, which are the civil protection orders in DC, when they were originally developed and that law started, which was many, many years ago, there were a lot of people, a lot of stakeholders, as they say, who were involved in developing the law. And it has been the same with extreme risk protection orders, which was much more recent. One thing I think that is really crucial, and I've seen this with the extreme risk protection orders and the civil protection orders, you get a bunch of people together who all are going to be part of this, who are all going to be touched by this law and help implement it in the beginning. But sometimes people forget that you need to check in and continue to communicate all the time and to be incredibly flexible. With the extreme risk protection orders, for example, when the first case in DC was filed in 2019, there have been so many tweaks to the system, there have been changes to the law, et cetera, and that's all from actual practical experience. It's from cases where I will call somebody who is in the gun unit and we're having a problem with service, so we decided we need to change what the law says about service. So remaining flexible has been absolutely crucial in getting everybody involved and stay involved. And the other thing is when I started out with the extreme risk protection order, the first thing I did was call somebody. It's a woman in Washington State who is really the lawyer who's the expert on this. And I just said, what do I do? And she told me. So if you have jurisdictions that are similar to yours, and the Johns Hopkins is excellent at putting you in touch with those, I would suggest communicating with them as soon as possible, because, and I'm happy to talk to anybody too, but there are a lot of good lessons learned that I learned because of their experiences.
I couldn't agree more with Sarah about always checking back in. You know, with our DV protective orders, they've been around forever. And so just kind of always checking in of what's working, what isn't working. We sat back down a couple years ago and kind of revised how a victim can get a protective order because we found that they were having a hard time going through that court system and the paperwork was difficult. And so how could we go ahead and fix that? And so we kind of took a look back. We created these committees as well to say, what can we do going forward to make this easier for someone to go ahead and obtain a protective order? When it comes to ERPOs, I think it's really important, especially in law enforcement, to focus on education. Laws change all the time. And so for law enforcement to understand the importance of it, but also understand the ins and outs of the ERPO law as well is really going to be key. I think in my county, I trained every single person in my county, my neighboring jurisdictions as well, to make sure that we were all aware what the law is. What does that mean for us as law enforcement officers? What can we do? What can't we do with the law? And so it's just really important when it comes down to that education piece. When it comes to those ERPO laws, is really important as well.
Thank you both. Can you now both walk me through your process and your thinking for getting a protection order? So you say you have a person of interest and you're worried that they're making harms of threats either to self or others. What next steps do you actually take from saying, oh, this could be a good case for an extreme risk protection order, or talking about a domestic violence protection order? Of course, that's going to be initiated by the victim survivor. What steps do you then take to remove the firearms or petition for the ERPO, and how do you follow that through to the end of the case? We'll start with Amanda.
So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do some sort of investigation. We're talking to witnesses, to victims, even to the person themselves that responded on that protective order or that ERPO as well, because we want to find out all of the facts, essentially. And so it kind of makes a bigger picture for us to know, does this person have more access to firearms? What is our safety level in law enforcement before we go out there and serve it? So we're going to do some sort of investigation to determine what that level is, what that level of risk is for that victim, for that individual themselves as well. And then we're going to go ahead and petition for it. I'm always the go-getter of let's at least try, right? I don't need to make sure that my case is perfect before I bring it in front of someone. If it gets denied, it gets denied, but I knew that I at least brought a good case forward and tried for it as well. And so I think that that's just kind of the importance part of it. And then we kind of go into the whole actual service of those protective orders and those ERPOs as well.
Yeah, I like what Amanda said about trying, because I will be honest, there are many times, especially recently, where we have gone to court and have not been successful, but I'm glad we tried, because I still have ongoing concerns about those people. Now, what happens for us, if it's a civil protection order, then generally, as Lisa said, it's going to be an individual petitioner who's going to bring that case on their behalf. And that person in DC may request legal services, and we actually have a really good network of legal services who can assist people with those cases. The extreme risk protection orders, what happens, many of those are initiated at this point by police officers, usually metropolitan police officers. A lot of them will just call me or get my name and number from somewhere, because we don't have, it's not like we have millions of these in DC. Or sometimes they'll go ahead and just start the process themselves. It might be some kind of medical provider or somebody with a familial relationship who also might do an extreme risk protection order. So what happens is we'll do some investigation, but oftentimes there's also I'm not in the same role as a police officer, so it's a little easier for me. Oftentimes they've done some of that already. I might just look at the police report and take what's in there and put it into petition. But very often there is sort of a sense of urgency with some of these cases, which is why we're bringing them. So what'll happen is we file a petition with the court, and this is for civil protection orders and ERPOs. We'll have an actual hearing, usually that same day. Usually it's going to be a remote hearing where just the police officer or the petitioner, if it's a civil protection order, will show up in court, be questioned by me, by the judge, and will show that there's really an imminent risk. What happens then in DC with a civil protection order or an ERPO is 2 weeks after that is the I want to say final hearing, but the hearing for the 1 or 2 year order. In between that time is the service, and that's what's difficult. With civil protection orders, very often those are situations where there is not necessarily a firearm involved. There certainly can be. So there's a unit in DC of police officers who will serve those, but they're not sort of gun focused. We also have another unit in DC that will serve the extreme risk protection orders, and they're really good at keeping the temperature down when they're serving them. Oftentimes, they will ask somebody if they have weapons. If somebody has legally registered weapons, most of those people are just going to hand those over. So that's what happens. Then we have the actual hearing, which might get continued a couple times, 10 times, and the orders get extended. Somebody can agree to just give up their weapons, stay away from somebody, or we might actually have a trial, and those trials can be short or they could be very, very long. So that's sort of how it goes, but I will say every case is so different, so fact specific. I can't even tell you what a typical case would be for an ERPO, given the ones that I've done over the years.
Since you talked about service, I want to ask both of you, I want to start with Amanda though, what challenges do you as law enforcement have in serving orders and maybe removing firearms, and how do you prioritize safety when you're doing that?
I think everyone's first thought when it comes to serving ERPOs or even civil DV protective orders is the firearms that are involved, right? When I train our officers, I'm not telling them to go knock on the door and say, hi, this is who I am, and I'm here to go ahead and collect your firearms, right? We have to take into consideration safety of that individual, but also officer safety as well. And so by doing that, we kind of make sure that what we're walking into is a safe environment. For us, that looks majority of the time is we're calling that person up on the phone. Hey, this is who I am. I just have paperwork. I don't even need you to sign the paperwork. I just need to hand it to you. Where can we meet? Can you come outside if I'm at their house? But prior to that, I've done some sort of investigation to determine, are there dangerous dogs in that house? Who else is in that house? What is the background of that individual that I'm serving these protective orders on? Just gives me a better understanding as law enforcement of kind of what I'm walking into. So I think when it comes to service, we also look at who's going to be available to serve it. Majority of the time, we rely on our patrol officers to go ahead and serve these protective orders and the ERPOs. We have a unit specifically in our sheriff's office that serves the civil protective orders. So we usually don't handle those a lot, but we are in charge of handling and serving our ERPOs. So when it comes time for those, we are contacting the people, we're calling them out to the house or outside of their house, outside of their environment, just to have a conversation with us. Majority of the time, and in fact, it's never been that our SWAT team is going to go ahead and serve these. I don't want our SWAT team to get involved in a shootout on a civil matter. So we look at what other options do we have. Do we have other teams that are specialized in serving or in tactical interventions that can go ahead and also take place in serving these as well? So it's just trying to see what other options and what other features do we have. Do I have a shield? Do I have a less lethal with me as well? Just to protect me, not saying that I'm going to use them at every time, but just in case something happens, are we as law enforcement prepared to go ahead and take that action as necessary?
And how often do you work with families? Do families ever say, oh, I know that you took one gun and he has 4 more, or do families tell you a good time to go to the residence, or do they assist in this process at all?
I think it kind of just depends on a case-by-case basis. Part of our investigation is talking to the family, talking to the friends. If they're living with other people, I want to talk to those individuals as well. Our law, though, requires that we get consent from the individual when it comes to ERPOs. I have to get consent from that person that ERPO is taken out on. So if they don't give me consent, then I have other means by search warrants or things like that where I can go ahead and get a firearm, but I also can rely on the family members who are in the home. So I'm not breaking down doors, but I'm knocking on the door and just letting them know, like, hi, I'm here for a search warrant to go ahead and collect these firearms. When it comes to DV protective orders, we really rely on the victim or the other family members as well, and the relationships that we have and that we've created through talking to individuals of what types of firearms do they have? How many firearms do they have? Where do they keep their firearms as well? So that way, when I walk into a house and I'm here to go ahead and have that conversation with the person, I have some sort of understanding prior to walking into it.
You both noted that domestic violence protection orders have existed way, way longer than ERPOs in your jurisdiction. And at Johns Hopkins, at the center where I work, we've been looking at why there appears to be more success removing firearms under extreme risk protection orders as compared to domestic violence protection orders. And I don't know where everyone in the room works and lives and practices. Some jurisdictions don't have required firearm relinquishment under the domestic violence protection order, so that's obviously a complicating factor. But I'm trying to figure out, and my team's trying to figure out, how we can utilize these lessons from the ERPO process for safe firearm removal, ensuring compliance with the law, and replicate those for domestic violence protection orders and keeping survivors and victims safe. So, Sarah, I want to start with you. Why do you think there's been more success removing firearms under an ERPO than a DVPO?
Well, I think because, an ERPO, extreme risk protection order, the ones in DC, it's just about guns. There's no counseling that might be, no stay away, no contact, there's nothing else. It's just about getting that person's gun. So when somebody files for an extreme risk protection order, it's because you think this person's going to get guns, or they might have guns, or they have guns. So that is the purpose. There's really a heightened awareness. So when somebody shows up, when the officers show up, and I love what the whole description of calling the family and being creative about getting the guns, that's really what happens in DC too, and I think it's so important. But what happens with when there's an extreme risk protection order, there's oftentimes people are going to be asking about that, specifically about the guns. They've done research about whether or not there are guns in the house, talk to other people. With domestic violence protection orders, at least in DC, there are so many, and there's a unit that will serve them, but it is just the volume. And it's so often, it's not just about the guns, or it might not be about a gun at all. So there isn't necessarily that focus on the gun, unfortunately. There's been things that we have been trying to do, a group of us, to get more focus on the DV protection orders when there is a gun, or somebody is saying something about a gun being in the home. But it would sort of require administrative changes. And if somebody has a lawyer, I think it's easy to really focus on that. And as a lawyer, you can advocate, with the police department or whoever's serving, let them know there's this gun here. You might be telling somebody to file a police report, etc. But if it's just a pro se person and maybe they've made mention of a gun, or maybe they have not, it's really hard to get involved in those situations. So I think the fact that there are fewer extreme risk protection orders and there's that focus on the gun, and we need to figure out a way to efficiently use those processes with the domestic violence protection orders, but not so much that it applies to every single one, so it's just going to slow down the entire process.
Amanda, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, I think in Virginia, it kind of comes down to accountability. So when we have our DV protective orders, when we're serving them, they have a form that they have to fill out, and they are required within 24 hours to go ahead and turn over their firearms to someone else. They don't have to label who they are, who they're turning them over to. I could come and serve it, and they say, okay, great, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to my neighbor. But I'm not physically collecting those firearms. And then they have 48 hours to turn in a form to say that they did that. And the only checks and balances is that a judge gets sent a paper, and they have to check to make sure that they turned that form in 48 hours later. When it comes to ERPOs, when I'm out there and I'm serving an ERPO, I am taking those firearms right then and there. So it has that accountability for us to be able to make sure that those firearms are out of that possession of that individual that has that order out on it. And so when we compare the two, I think it's important to realize is that it comes down to that accountability piece of making sure that that person with that DV protective order is actually following through with what they're going to say, compared to when I respond to an ERPO, it's right then and there. And I know for a fact, because I'm going to be the one collecting, or law enforcement is going to be the one collecting their firearms.
And if I can just say, I wish we had what Virginia has in terms of, even though it's not perfect, you're asking somebody to sign something that they turned it over. Okay, they could be lying about it and still keeping the guns, but most of this is not, there's no perfection in most of this that we do. And I think if we had something like that in DC, I think it would be wonderful. And hopefully at some point we'll get there.
That sounds like something tangible that folks can take away and also go check in your jurisdiction. Is there a form? Is there compliance? Is it a checkbox? My colleague Spencer, who couldn't be here today, but she likes to share this story in Maryland about how she was able to, working with a lot of other folks, get a checkbox automatically checked on a judge's order about removing firearms because it was required as a part of the final domestic violence protection order. And so I think one judge asked her, why can't I uncheck this box? Why can't online? And it's like, well, you're not supposed to be able to uncheck it. You're supposed to have that firearm removal required as a part of the final domestic violence protection order in Maryland. And so, in public health, we say you have to make the safest way the easiest way. And I think that can really apply to policy work as well. You have to make the safest way the easiest way because, like it or not, a lot of people are just going to take the easiest way. And so let's just make sure that that's the safest way as well. So, I work with both of you all the time, and so I know you work together. Can you share some examples of cross-jurisdiction collaboration on ERPO cases and DVPO cases in the DMV? Or beyond, because I know you've both had cases where you're going all over the country and mailing guns or whatever you're doing. Sarah, do you want to start?
Okay, sure. I've had a number of experiences with Virginia, and the one I'll tell you all about is it was a situation. There was a person in Richmond who came up to DC, was at one of the big tourist locations in DC with a weapon, wasn't supposed to have a weapon. He might have been inebriated, was arrested at this tourist location where there are a lot of security concerns. And the officers were, I can't remember who actually asked us to look into filing an extreme risk protection order against this person. So he didn't even live in DC, but he came to DC, committed a crime in DC. So in terms of us having personal jurisdiction, we had it there. And he had some contacts in DC that concerned us. So it could have been somebody in Virginia, but somebody asked if we could file an extreme risk protection order, even though his only connection to DC is bringing a gun and committing a crime there. And we did this. And what happened in this case is, as I sort of looked into this person's history, I realized that in a number of jurisdictions within Virginia, Richmond, airport police, some counties around Richmond, he had had a number of incidents where he had threatened people or mental health issues involving weapons. And I was in contact with a number of agencies, collected a lot of information very quickly to file the petition to try to have this person's guns taken away. Our judge actually issued the temporary order, and we actually had our MPD people had to go down to Richmond. We've changed the law since then, but had to go down to Richmond, working with Richmond police, and went and took his guns. He had a lot of guns. I don't remember exactly how many. He was also charged by the U.S. Attorney's Office here in D.C. And so this was a matter of me and the police officers who were the petitioners calling up other agencies. And my experience, I will say, there are a number of states where they're not exactly open to the extreme risk protection order laws. But I've found when we need those people to go get a gun, assist us with getting a gun, very often law enforcement are very helpful. There was something, I think it was Missouri, I can't even remember, but where they don't have ERPOs, they don't like ERPOs, but the sheriff or whoever it was actually got the gun for us, FedExed it to us here in DC. So people are willing to assist. And so the one thing about DC is everybody comes to DC with their grievances and with their guns. So we do have a lot of extreme risk protection orders, a lot from people from the West Coast, Midwest, from everywhere, Florida, of course. So we get a lot of people from other states, but we have been successful in getting orders here that can then be enforced elsewhere.
We do a lot surprisingly, with a lot of different states, a lot of different jurisdictions. We had a case actually very recently of an individual who wanted to go ahead and use his firearm to harm a congresswoman. And what our information told us is that he took his rifle and he left. So we tried to track him down. We were able to locate him. He lived actually in a different state, but was here visiting at the time. And so we got a risk order on him here in Virginia. He actually lives in Colorado. We were able to make contact with Colorado and share our information that we have. And Colorado actually used our information and obtained one in Colorado as well. So, I always say, especially in states that maybe don't have an ERPO law, what's the harm in calling them up, explaining what you have, and seeing if they'll have someone from law enforcement try to serve it? We've had people in a lot of other states that are not necessarily friendly to the ERPO law, and I'll explain the situation that I have, and they'll be like, all right, give me 20 minutes and I'll call you right back. And the next thing I know, I'm getting a faxed copy back of the served ERPO that we sent them. And so I think it's just explaining kind of the situation, why it's important, of why we have it here. Again, it's a civil order, but I think kind of just having that communication with other individuals across jurisdictional boundaries really helps. And then obviously we do a lot with DC as well, and just having that open communication has really helped us.
Thank you both. So I'm gonna ask you one more question, and then we're gonna open it up to the audience for the last 10-ish minutes. So please think about any questions you have for Sarah and Amanda. But I just want to ask what other advice you have for folks in the room that they can take back to their jurisdictions to improve implementation and enforcement. I think we've already talked about, the accountability piece and maybe ensuring accountability, whether it's through statute or maybe some of these changes can just be made through SOPs or other processes. You don't have to go to the legislature. And I also want both of you, because I think you have told me that this work that you're doing in DC and in Fairfax looks really good for your agency. And so they're inclined to support it, right? And keep this good work going. You're both national experts on this issue. So how do you get that leadership buy-in that ultimately leads to, you being able to do this great work, which makes your agency look good? And what advice do you have for everyone here in the room today?
I think the biggest piece, especially with law enforcement, is not to be afraid to have those conversations, right? You might walk in and that law enforcement jurisdiction has maybe never done one, and it's just trying to find out the why behind it, right? Is it because they feel that they don't have enough for gun storage? And maybe you have some advocate in that state that actually has that ability, that has that funding, that can help pay for that gun storage with that jurisdiction that maybe law enforcement never even knew about. I found out recently, even in Virginia, there's a lot of smaller jurisdictions that I did a conference in on Monday that was their biggest complaint. And I had someone there sitting there like, well, actually, we have funding and this is who we are, and I'd love to help you with that. And so, a lot of the times we find that it could be something small. Maybe they're unfamiliar with the law. They don't even know where to start with it. So, okay, then we can bring in some education for them as well. And so it's just kind of finding out the why behind it in that jurisdiction and figuring out, okay, if this is what it is, then here's my solution for it. And this is why it works. And this is why we can be successful together.
And I'm a big fan of never reinventing the wheel if you don't have to. And that's why I said before, start by talking to other jurisdictions, some that may be like your jurisdiction, some that may not be. I talk to people who are in rural locations, but obviously for us, it's much more important to talk to people who are in urban areas and the specific issues when it comes to extreme risk protection order and civil protection orders. So do not reinvent the wheel. Obviously you have to always change things for your own situation, but find out what other people are doing. And the other thing that's been helpful, and I've noticed this is helpful, DC is a tiny place, right? So we don't have tons and tons of people who are doing this work. But even when it's a larger state, I think it's important if you can have like one person who is the person. It could be a police officer, an attorney, an advocate, whoever it is, but somebody who's sort of the main contact on ERPOs specifically for extreme risk protection orders. because that person can sort of act as their own like clearinghouse and sort of gather the information. I think very often when things become sort of decentralized, then, you know, you have a question for somebody and they have to talk to like 7 other people. And by the time you have your response, like it's too late. So I think if you are interested wherever it is that you work, whatever kind of agency you work in, if you're interested in being that person, I actually just sort of fell into it by, I don't remember how, but our agency has been very supportive of that. So that's something else that I would really recommend.
All right, so we have, I think, 5-ish minutes, maybe a little longer for questions, maybe almost 10, 5 to 10. So who has questions for anyone up here? We're gonna wait on a mic because thank you for the live stream. There might be some folks listening online.
I have a question for law enforcement, Mrs. Amanda. So I just have a quick question about the ERPO process and when the firearm is illegal. How do you go about that?
So we're going to collect any and all firearms. A lot of times we're going to run the serial numbers to make sure that they are not stolen. If we find out that they are, a lot of our firearms, or actually all of our firearms, now go through a NIBIN test. So we're going to fire these firearms to make sure to see are they involved in any other crimes as well. And if that's the case, then we can hopefully close some other cases as well. But if we find out that they are illegal, there's other charges that we can go ahead and pursue on that individual if we deem them necessary. I
actually would love Sarah to answer this as well, because some states or cities like DC have immunity provisions, and I know it's not really used, but I do think it's worth discussing what that is and how you handle this in DC.
Yeah, so DC in our ERPO law does have immunity where if police show up at your door and you're like, oh, I do have, firearms, but they're not legal, you turn them over, you have immunity from being charged for owning illegal firearms. However, I think that only goes so far, and a lot of people realize that. They're still going to run serial numbers, they're going to run tests, et cetera, and if they find out that that weapon has been used in any sort of crime, you're not necessarily absolved of that. So we do have immunity. I don't know if it's ever been used in an ERPO case, to be honest. People have a lot of mistrust of police, and a police officer can say something and it might not necessarily be the truth. They're doing it to try to get you to turn something over. So it has not been something that has happened, but we do have that provision.
I was just curious, is there anything on the state or federal level, legal-wise, like law-wise, that could be changed or added to the statute that would make your jobs easier? I know obviously you have your ERPOs or you don't. Federal-wise, obviously there's bills trying to get funding for ERPOs, but I'm curious if there's anything you think could be done administratively in that sense that would assist you in your jobs.
I mean, I can say it would be very helpful in DC specifically if there was extra money that could be funneled into a unit that could assist with retrieving firearms with domestic violence protection orders. That's a big ask and a pie in the sky request, but I think that is something that could really, really help, because that's something that, it's definitely lacking based on resources.
Our DV protective orders have full faith and credit in them, but I think it's important when you're working with lawmakers to talk about ERPOs that that wording is also included in there. That way, if DC goes ahead and has an ERPO and they're sending it to us, then I can go ahead and be able to serve it, or vice versa. I don't need to go ahead and have my jurisdiction go out to it. So I think including that, Las Vegas is a great example of that. They included that and had a statute for that. And so I just think it's important to kind of think about when it's not just your own jurisdiction, but having to go across those jurisdictional boundaries and having that full faith and credit in there.
I think funding for advocate roles, whether they're housed in prosecutors' offices or in law enforcement divisions, or maybe contracting with a community-based organization, someone to assist civilians in filing for domestic violence protection orders, also filing for extreme risk protection orders, and what to expect, what not to expect when you go to court, what you have to say when you're in court, if you even have to go to court, just preparing folks for these processes, because I am someone who lives, breathes extremist protection orders, but I think if I had to file one here in DC, well, I would obviously call Sarah and she would do it, but I think I would stumble through this process because it's not easy and it's not something that hopefully most of us are ever gonna have to do. So I think having an advocate role who can help, again, those people file domestic violence protection orders and ensuring the safety of the survivor in all of those scenarios is gonna be critically important. I think, can we have one more question? One more in the back.
So I have a question. I'm from Ohio. Ohio is considered a gun sanctuary state. And a lot of times cities will try to implement their own, city laws. My question is, a lot of times we will go in front of our legislator and we will advocate for these laws. I think ERPO and safe storage is like two of the main laws that we try to advocate for because that's where we notice that both sides of the aisle will agree on. Are you guys currently, I know like research is hard, it's new. Are you guys currently, and I kind of came late, so you may have talked about this, but are you guys currently measuring your success out of ERPO? And do you guys release that information so like me from Ohio, I can use that to kind of advocate for similar laws in Ohio? Do you guys have a plan for that? Is that something that you're doing now? What does that look like?
I can start. At Johns Hopkins, we do our own research on extreme risk protection orders and other policies, but ERPOs are my focus. And we also amplify the research that others are doing around the country on the impact of ERPOs or safe storage, et cetera, insert whatever policy you're focused on. So I know on the ERPO side of things, we have a document that summarizes nearly all the studies of ERPOs that are out there. My colleague Catherine, who's in the audience, did that document. And so we're happy to share that. It's up on our website. And there are more studies coming out all the time looking at the impact on suicide prevention and how extreme risk protection orders have been used in efforts to prevent mass shootings or domestic violence homicide. Now, I don't know if at the city level you're kind of measuring, maybe or anecdotally, if you have stories about where you really think you saved a life, I think those can be compelling.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's hard to measure success, but I think the one story that always stands out to me is that we had an individual call, said, hey, my friend said that he wants to go ahead and commit suicide, and he was going to go ahead and walk into Walmart, buy a firearm, and kill himself. And so officers ended up stopping him literally in the front opening doors of Walmart and said, hey, everything going okay? What's going on? He said, I'm fine, but I need you all to move because as soon as you leave, I'm going to go in the store, I'm going to buy a firearm. And so we had that opportunity to have that conversation with him. We ended up obviously getting a risk order as well as getting him some mental health services as well. And I truly believe at that point we did save his life. And so it's times like these that we can kind of take that step back and say it is working and we are truly out there saving lives.
Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I think they're telling me we're out of time, but we're happy to stay and chat after the panel. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to our wonderful panelists for another great conversation. We're going to take about a 10 to 15 minute break. We're going to remove the barrier, the divider, and then we're going to have a great presentation about gun trafficking. So I hope you stick around. But yeah, use the restroom, grab some coffee or some water, and we'll talk soon.
So my sister was a character. She was just so happy to be alive. I always said growing up that I wanted to see the world through her eyes because she just saw no bad, saw no evil. She just loved life. I think a part of me left when my sister left. It was just us two. So I'm alone again. My name is Faith Mata. I became involved in gun violence prevention after I lost my younger sister, Tess Marie Mata, in the Robb Elementary shooting in Uvalde, Texas on May 24th, 2022. That day was just a normal day. I was a normal college student in my junior year, getting ready to go to work. I got a notification from my parents that my sister's school was in a lockdown situation, barricaded subject. We waited about 8.5 hours, and around 11:30 p.m. that night, we found out that my sister had been shot and killed in her classroom. So that year alone, I lost sight of who I was, and it was a lot of staying in bed, not getting up, missing classes, not going to class, not turning in assignments on time. It was tough, it was hard. The only thing that was getting me through was the thought of knowing that Tess would be so upset if I didn't finish school. I think also getting into advocacy, I just thought that this was something that I needed to do to find myself and to find what my why and what my purpose is. It's to make sure that Tess's voice is never not heard, to make sure that just because she's not here, that means she doesn't have a voice. I'm always going to be that voice for her. And I think with the GVP office and even just with gun violence prevention organizations in general, it's a movement of making sure that their voices are never not heard and that their stories are always told.
Good afternoon. So we've talked a lot about gun industry accountability and going after dealers and manufacturers for how they contribute to guns being trafficked or illegally diverted. But I realize that sometimes we don't really explain exactly how the industry contributes to guns being trafficked and how it actually happens in practice. And so when we were putting this together and I was talking to the steering committee, I realized that we really need to talk about gun trafficking. And when we were still just thinking about topics, I told the steering committee I was not thinking about panelists yet, I was thinking about the topics. But I broke my own rule and I asked every town, hey, do you think Mariana Mitchum would want to come speak? She is a true expert on this. She came from the ATF as an associate assistant director for industry operations. She has so much wealth of experience, so much knowledge. The reports that she put out over the past few years have been must reading for all of us. I've learned so much just from hallway conversations, and so I'm just really just so pleased and so honored that she's here today to talk about how gun trafficking is contributing to the gun violence epidemic. So let's give a warm welcome.
All right, that's quite an introduction to live up to. I'm not very good at standing in place, so if you can't hear me, if I walk away from the microphone, someone please yell at me. As Nick said, my name is Mariana Mitchum. I am the Senior Industry Advisor at Everytown. I joined Everytown about 7 months ago after a 20-year career at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, but we won't talk about explosives today. At ATF, I held a lot of different positions. When I started with the ATF, I was an industry operations investigator. Anybody know what that is? Ever heard that term? Okay, one person. Excellent. All right, so what the industry operations investigators at ATF do are inspect gun stores. So the gun stores that can sell guns, pawn shops that can pawn and sell firearms, manufacturers and importers. The IOIs, as we called ourselves, they do the inspections. Those inspections are critical to uncover when gun stores are not complying with federal regulations. I was in the field for about 7 years. I then took a couple of supervisory positions, both in Colorado and then eventually in the Phoenix field division, before I went up to headquarters where, again, I held a variety of positions. My last position at ATF was as the Associate Assistant Director of Field Operations. What does that mean? I oversaw all regulatory operations for ATF. So all 25 field divisions, everything that we were doing as far as regulating the gun industry. I also worked on ATF's Crime Gun Intelligence Analytics Dashboard. So CGIA, if I start slipping into acronyms, that's CGIA. So basically what we did was we took all of our intelligence related to crime guns and made it usable, right? So think about, there's about 600,000 crime guns that were recovered in 2023, that's the last available data, that were recovered in 2023 and traced. What do you do with 600,000 pieces of individual information? You scratch your head, right? So we used analytics to be able to make that into a powerful tool to identify who are the trigger pullers, who are the violent offenders, who are the traffickers, and who are the gun stores that are arming them. We were using that information to be very sophisticated and using our limited resources efficiently to make sure that we were inspecting the gun stores that were the suppliers of crime guns, and to make sure that our agents, our criminal investigators, were opening cases on the most violent in our communities and our trigger pullers so that we could stop the violence. I would like to say that based on a lot of data that's out there, it was working. Things have obviously changed, which we'll get into in a little bit. What I'm going to go over today is all firearm trafficking. I want you guys to take away from this just a basic understanding of how it works and that the gun industry is a major component of this problem. Let's see if I can operate this correctly. Okay, perfect. All right, so that's what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to go a little bit quickly on some of these slides because there are some major points that I really want you guys to retain from this. So real quick, here's what some of the things that every town is focusing on in 2026. Obviously, I could spend hours on every single one of these topics, but we're going to talk about firearm trafficking today. All right, key takeaways from this. Trafficking fuels community violence. When we have our shootings in our community, think about shootings at the high school football game or at a high school party, wherever, right? Think about those shooters. Now think about where did they get their gun, right? That gun came from somewhere. And a lot of times it came directly from the gun store. And that's not talked about in trafficking. If you look at the available criminal court records, you're going to see that the trigger puller is very often prosecuted, as they should be, right? The trafficker is also often prosecuted, but you never hear anything about the gun store. What did the gun store do? How are they a part of this? And when you think about the gun store, it's an endless supply of guns, right? The trafficker doesn't need to go, they do somewhat steal them, and we'll talk about that in a minute, but you don't have to do that when you can walk into a store with hundreds of guns on the shelves, fill out one piece of paper that takes about 4 minutes to complete, and out the door you go with literally your pallet full of guns. We'll talk about what the ATF was doing to solve this problem, some of which I already touched upon. We'll talk about what's happening now with this new administration in place, and then we'll talk about what the states can do. And no need to save this to the end. It's going to be up to the states, right? The states are going to need to take action on this because, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to rely on ATF to get this job done. So what does the problem look like? So a lot of the data that you're going to see here today is firearm trace data. When a firearm is used in a crime, recovered generally by local law enforcement, and submitted to ATF for tracing. I say that because not every single gun used in a crime is traced. So have a little bit of context that this doesn't represent all crime guns, but this represents all crime guns that we know were traced. So between 2017 and 2023, about 2.3 million firearms were recovered in crimes and subsequently traced. About 50% of those had a time to crime of less than 3 years. What that means is that gun was purchased in a legal purchase from a gun store. Pick any gun store that you can imagine in your head, right? Purchased from that gun store, Paperwork was filled out, the person passed the background check, they walked out with the gun. Less than 3 years later, it was recovered in a crime. 87% of those guns, 87% of that 2.3 million were recovered in the possession of someone other than the purchaser. So the gun went from person bought it in a store, changed hands, and was recovered in a crime. Those two factors right there are our biggest indicators of firearms trafficking. It is a widely held belief by both law enforcement and researchers that a time to crime of less than 3 years is indicative of firearms trafficking. Again, think about when there's a shooting in your community, why do we not talk about the gun store, right? Obviously, we've talked about the T-Hart Amendment. That's part of what's going on here. But we need to remember that 2.3 million crime guns, 96% of the crime guns recovered in our country, originate from the purchase at an FFL. Now, there's about 130,000 licensed gun stores. I say stores loosely because some of these are out of their houses and things like that, but there's 130,000 licensees in the country. They ebb and flow, right? About 10,000 new come in every year, but 10,000 current ones leave for whatever reason, right? It's a business. Businesses go in and out of business. But really, we don't have to worry about all 130,000. There's about 13,000 that are responsible for 90% of the retail sales in this country. 13,000 is a problem we can wrap our heads around, right? It's not 130,000. We don't need to worry about every single gun store because every single gun store doesn't even, much less sell crime guns, even sell guns, right? So about 13,000 is all we need to think about. And based on some Everytown research that I did with some of my new colleagues and that we just published a huge report all about firearms trafficking, but one new piece of research, we found that between 2017 and 2023, almost 1.3 million guns were illegally sold by gun stores to traffickers. And when I say illegally, those gun stores had indications that that person standing in front of them was not the actual buyer of the firearm, right? We'll talk about what that means a little bit more in just a minute. But why do they do it? Why do gun stores go through with obviously illegal purchases? Why do gun stores, when a 21-year-old woman walks up to the counter with a diaper bag of $50,000 in cash, why do they proceed to sell her 22 Glocks? Money, right? It's about money. That 1.27 million traffic gun sales, that equates to roughly $700 million, right? And we are figuring extremely conservative. We are only using what's been recovered and traced. Keep in mind with that tracing, 55% of law enforcement agencies trace guns. So how do they do it? What does trafficking look like, right? So what you guys are looking at are the top 3 trafficking methods. This is based on a review of 10,000 ATF trafficking cases. So if you guys you probably haven't, but hopefully after this you'll go check it out. The National Firearms Commerce and Trafficking Assessment Research Project that was done by ATF from 2021 to 2024 under the direction of President Biden and Attorney General Garland. I was the ATF research lead on that project. That's how we know this information. That is from actual trafficking investigations. So you'll see the top 2 methods, unlicensed dealing and straw purchasing. They're extremely similar. In both cases, the individual going into the gun store to buy guns is buying them for someone else. The straw purchaser has a specific person they're buying them from. The unlicensed dealer doesn't have a specific person, but they know they're going to resell them and they're going to resell them quickly. So the unlicensed dealing and straw purchasing, when we looked at the ATF cases involving those methods, it involved about 110,000 guns. FFL theft, so that's individuals breaking into gun stores, right? I think Attorney General Platkin mentioned one such gun store. It's a much smaller percentage, and it encompassed about 20,000 guns. But the key thing to remember with that is when guns are stolen from gun stores, they're used twice as quickly in shootings. So they're not stealing those guns to add to their collection or to go, pheasant hunting. They are going to use them in community violence. All right, so the best way to understand unlicensed dealing is from a real example, okay? This is an actual example. If I gave you the names, you could go and you could look at the criminal complaints yourself right now. So this occurred in Alabama. An individual went into the same gun store and bought 224 guns in 11 months. Wrap your mind around that. An average gun costs about $500. In the court record, he said he spent about $90,000 at this gun store, happened to be a pawn shop, in 11 months. Does anyone think that's normal purchasing behavior? Does anyone think that's what law-abiding firearm purchasers act like? No, of course not. That right there, the sheer volume, was the red flag that the gun store had to say, this does not seem legal. But they did nothing. They continued to sell the guns. They even sold this individual 1 week apart. He came in, he bought 14 pistols, almost all Glocks. 1 week later, 7 days later, he came in and he bought another 14 pistols. I can tell you that that gun store absolutely knew that was a red flag because they are trained by ATF. Before they get their license, they are taught to look out for specific red flags, and that's one of them. Bulk purchases or purchases of similar makes and models. That's not how law-abiding citizens purchase their firearms. They were told to look out for that activity by ATF, but also the National Shooting Sports Foundation. NSSF, the leading industry association, tells them the exact same thing. And yet, they continued on with it. Once this individual was finally investigated, he admitted that he would sell the guns almost within 24 hours most of the time. As soon as he could get a buyer, he was posting them on a lot of social media sites, and he would advertise them. First, he would advertise them as empty gun boxes. And then when the person called, he would tell them, yep, no background check, no paperwork, no ID. Just pay me for the gun, right? When he was investigated, he had 0 guns left in his possession. Those 224 guns will be used in violent crimes. It's only a matter of time, right? He was prosecuted and he was convicted for dealing without a license, but the gun store is still open. So your next unlicensed dealer, you know where to go. Straw purchasing, slightly different, right? Remember I said straw purchasing, they're going in for an individual. They look a little bit different. With unlicensed dealing, you're going to see a larger quantity of guns and generally a bit longer time to crime, still under 3 years, but a bit longer. With straw purchasing, you'll see a smaller number of guns, but a very, very quick time to crime, right? The second that person is getting their hands on that gun, it's going to be used in a crime. Here's a perfect example. This individual was in South Carolina. They bought about 24 firearms over a 2.5-year period. The person admitted that they were buying them for their friend who they knew was prohibited from possessing firearms. When they would purchase them, provide them to their friend would run them up the I-95 up to Boston, and they were immediately being used in crimes. One was used in a shooting just 15 days after it was purchased. I believe at the time that this individual was convicted, 11 of those firearms had already been recovered in crimes. Why should the gun store have known this was an issue, right? 24 is a lot different than 224. Well, in one particular purchase, he came in and he bought 4 identical pistols, first red flag, right? Multiples of the same make and model. And he used a credit card in someone else's name. Could it be more obvious, right? This individual and the prohibited person he was supplying the guns to, they both were convicted. The gun store is still open. So next straw purchasers, step on up. Where do these guns go to, right? So this unlicensed dealer, this straw purchaser, who are they then supplying the guns to? Nearly 90% of traffic guns end up in the hands of prohibited people, people who can't walk into a gun store and buy the gun themselves, right? It's an obvious. Why are you going to go buy something out of the trunk of someone's car? I mean, don't we all get nervous enough when we do like Facebook Marketplace, right? And you're like, got to go meet someone to buy a crock pot. Could you imagine going to meet someone to buy a gun? Like, I'm not doing that. 90% can't walk into a gun store. About 15% of traffic guns are linked to at least one shooting. And that's just what we know of, right? That's through NIBIN. And we don't have time to talk about all the things about NIBIN, but basically that's sort of the ballistics portion of tracing. 15% are linked to a shooting. That's almost 2.5 times more than a non-trafficked crime gun. And you guys can see the rest of the stats up there, right? It increases when you look at trafficking cases. 24% of trafficking cases that involve straw purchasing were linked to shootings. 16% of unlicensed dealing cases were linked to shootings. These are not being trafficked to collectors, to pheasant hunters, to legal gun owners. They are going to be used in crimes. All right, everybody look for their state up there. It's in alphabetical order, at least I think. Look for your state. Raise your hand if you see your state on there. Okay, so good and bad news. This is the intrastate trafficking list. Intrastate, obviously trafficking happening within your state. You are your own problem. So if you're mad about the community violence in your state, it's coming from your state. Right? These guns are coming from gun dealers in your state. But the good thing is, you can solve that problem, right? You don't have to go yell at another state and say, tighten the gun laws, inspect gun dealers. No, you can do it in your own state. Now, if you are on this list, these are the 3 major trafficking pipelines in the country. If you are a market market state, you have beef with one of the states up there, right? So if you look at like the I-95, if you're in New Jersey, New York, Delaware, you have some states that you might want to talk to. All right, the Mississippi River Pipeline, those are guns flowing into Illinois. And the Southwest Pipeline, Arizona and Nevada going to California. Right? It's very important that you know what your trafficking problem looks like, because that's going to paint the picture on how you solve this problem. Like I said at the beginning, we were making incredible progress on trafficking, on violent crime at the ATF. To understand, to know how to tackle a problem, you have to first understand it, right? And so that's why we undertook this huge NFCTA research project. We researched guns from cradle to grave to understand everything about them, to understand who's manufacturing them, what's being manufactured, what are the trends, what does tracing look like, what does NIBIN tell us about what's going on. It's over 2,000 pages of research and 4 volumes. When I was assigned the project, I wanted to cry, but I am so happy that I did it. It was truly career changing for me and helps me understand how to tackle this problem. As I mentioned before, be intelligence driven. I know a lot of people have talked about that today, looking at the data and analyzing the data. That is how you solve this problem. And the zero tolerance policy at ATF, it was called the Enhanced Regulatory Enforcement Policy, became better known as the zero tolerance policy. We revoked about 600 FFLs during that time. I want to be really clear. Those FFLs that we revoked, they did things like not conducting background checks. It's a simple tenet of having a gun license. They are told when they have to do it, why they have to do it, how to document it, all of that, both by ATF and the National Shooting Sports Foundation. To not do a background check is extremely dangerous. It doesn't matter what happens with that gun. That person might have completely passed the background check. They might be a completely law-abiding citizen. But we don't know that, right? You don't know the person standing in front of you. You have to do a background check. There were other things like maintaining records. That's a big deal for law enforcement. When a crime gun is recovered and it's traced, and ATF calls the last known gun store to find out who they sold the gun to, if they don't have that information, there goes a lead for law enforcement to solve a violent crime. Very, very important. I think there's been a messaging out there that is trying to say these were paperwork mistakes. That's not true. I saw them. So what's happening now? I don't need to regurgitate the news to everybody. I think we're all pretty aware of what's going on. The bottom line is, it's up to you guys. It's up to the states to start tackling this trafficking problem, because unfortunately, you're not going to have the support of the ATF. And I want to be clear, it's not because of the field investigators and inspectors at ATF. Those are really good people. They've been directed to do other work right now. So what can you guys do? So I've mentioned data many, many times, but I'm going to say it again. It is the key. There's a lot of questions out there about, well, we can't have trace data. Not true. The states, it is your trace data. All your law enforcement agencies in your state, that is your information. So when a local police department recovers a gun and they submit it for a trace to ATF, they get all that information back. If they take one more additional step, which is to opt in to collective data sharing, they then share all that information with every other law enforcement agency in their state. So then you can get a picture of what's happening in our state. I want to know about all the crime gun recoveries in my state. I want to know where the gun came from. I want to know how quickly it was recovered in a crime, time to crime, right? I want to know who the purchaser was. I want to know if that purchaser has bought multiple crime guns from that same gun store. We'd call that a clue that something's going on, right? The same person keeps coming in, buying guns, and their guns are getting traced. Guess what? That gun store knows that that person's guns are getting traced. Because when the trace happens, ATF calls the gun store and says, who did you sell that gun to? And they have to go look in their records and tell them. And when that same person comes back a week later, would that not be a clue that maybe I shouldn't sell them a gun? Right? I sold them one, and oh my God, a month later it was recovered in a crime. I'm not going to sell them any more guns because I don't think they're purchasing them legally. Right? States need to work together. They need to bring all their law enforcement agencies together to share their crime gun intelligence. And I am not a smart person. The fact that I helped create ATF's crime gun intelligence analytics tells you that it's simple, right? And there's lots of resources out there. Certainly at Everytown, we can help take all that data and make it into a manageable data set so you can easily, efficiently identify who your problems are. I know many of the states now have passed various dealer licensing, dealer inspection schemes in their states. Very important, right? We need to make sure that the states are being held, the dealers are being held accountable in our states for their action. Training is extremely important. Like I said, ATF meets with every single applicant for a gun license prior to issuing it to them. There's no reason the states can't do that too, right? Let's talk to them again about what are the indicators of straw purchasing. What are cues that this person might be attempting to illegally purchase a firearm? That can be done at the states. Obviously, enacting security requirements is huge. There are no federal security requirements, right? When I used to go into gun stores or meet with the applicants and say, so what's your security going to look like? They would say, well, I don't have to have any. There's no law about that. And I'm like, you are right, but I'm pretty sure dollar for dollar your insurance payout is not going to equal the cost to repair your building when a car is driven through it. So you might want to think about installing some ballards out front. You might want to think about locking up your guns at night, not putting them in the window. You might want to think about surveillance cameras, right? A lot of the stuff that they all do for their own private home. Again, passing some of those safety and security measures will reduce gun thefts. And again, like that slide showed you, you reduce those gun thefts, you reduce shootings. And then lastly, there are some very specific things that you can do to deter gun trafficking. So if you were in one of those trafficking pipelines, it probably dawned on you why, right? If you are a source state, it generally means you have more restrictive state gun laws, right? You might have universal background checks, requirements to get a permit before you purchase a firearm. Purchasing limits, 3 guns a month, seems pretty reasonable to me. But when you limit those things, you stop that individual I told you about that bought 224 guns in 11 months. You can't do that there anymore. If you are a source state in those trafficking pipelines, there is definitely some space for you to do some work, right? It means that your state laws are pretty lax and traffickers know it, right? They can go in and they can literally buy their truckload of guns and nobody says a word. All right, hopefully I didn't go over it. All right. Questions? Yep.
Can we just
If you could just wait for the mic to get to you, online audience. Appreciate it.
Real quick, are you at liberty, or is there any place to find the name of the Bad Apple stores so that those of us in the community could be able to, be aware that there's somebody down the road not playing fair? And then the second part is, in that chain of illicit commerce, what about the formats, the online channels that are being utilized for their commerce?
Okay, so your first question. To find publicly available criminal records, there's a variety of different systems that you can use. I like Pacer, but if you literally go on and search available criminal records, you'll be able to find all the different formats. You can check with your locals as well. These are publicly available information, right? And what you have to do, there's a little bit of legwork, you gotta read them, right? So AI is not going to tell you the summary. Trust me, I tried. The summary is not going to tell you the details that you need. You're going to have to go in there and read them. And not every single one is going to pinpoint who the gun store was. A lot of criminal records anonymize who the gun store was. It'll say, gun dealer 1, gun dealer 2, so on and so forth. But trust me, there are plenty that name names and are very, very specific, right? They talk about they used a credit card in someone else's name. They might have photos attached. I mean, it is a treasure trove. So I would start searching available criminal records. Remind me of the second part of your question? Online.
Commercial, yeah.
So there's a lot of different avenues with online sales. So I'm going to talk about it from the perspective that they have a license, right? So a lot of these gun stores and gun dealers, they have both a brick and mortar store, but they also do online business, right? They call it transfers, if you guys have heard that term. We need to make sure that when gun stores are accepting transfers, so I'll give you a scenario. My boss, Nick, in the back. Nick goes online and he orders a gun to a store. And Nick tells me, go in and pick it up for me. The gun store should require that when that gun is shipped to them, in the invoice, it says who bought the gun. It should have Nick's name on there. So when I walk in and say, hey, I think you got an order for me, it should be under the name Nick, and I show my ID, they go, I did get an order for Nick. You're not Nick. Right? It's a very easy avenue for traffickers to use. If I was going to traffic guns, it's one thing that I would do because I can order all the guns I want online and send in someone else to get them. So I stay out of the purview. We need to educate our licensees that they need to make sure whoever ordered it is the one picking it up. Because the federal law, the regulations state that what they put in their records are who they got the gun from. Right? So when it's ordered online, it might come from Sportsman's Warehouse, let's say, right? And Sportsman's Warehouse ships it to them. They are legally required to write Sportsman's Warehouse in the day they got the gun, not who it was intended for. So we need to educate them. We need to make them aware of that. Yes, sir.
Hold on just a second.
I was trying to yell. When states opt in to share information, is there a time frame that it's downloadable from? Are there ways to request to make sure that they get all the data?
Yeah, so the system that all law enforcement agencies use to complete traces and to receive the information is called eTrace. It's a free platform that ATF provides. There were some recent upgrades that are done to it, and the great part of that is now you can do an unlimited download. So if you are starting this process from scratch and you want to build your analytics dashboard, you can literally, I wouldn't go past 5 years just for intel purposes, generally not going to be that helpful, but you could do a batch download of 5 years worth of trace data and be up and running. I really want to make the microphone run. Yes, sir.
Hi, Devin Hughes of GVpedia. I was wondering whether the sort of tracing data you have could be applied to guns trafficked to Mexico and traced from there, given that the current administration has currently labeled cartels, narco-terrorists, and that basically gun dealers might be aiding and abetting those organizations and shift the legal framework for those stores.
Yeah, so Mexico does have an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, to trace firearms through the ATF. Again, that's the only way you can do it. Mexico does trace firearms. I strongly encourage you to read the 4th volume of the NFCTA report. There's a whole section, there's a whole chapter on exactly what you're talking about. And it talks about the estimated number of guns that are trafficked to Mexico, and then the very, 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 very tiny percentage that are traced. Notice I didn't just say recovered, right? Traced. So, yes. Yes, ma'am.
First, thank you so much for all that you did. Very informative. Especially, I live in Illinois, and it drives me nuts that I continuously hear gun laws don't work because look at Chicago. And as you showed, the states around us, we're like number 3, and the states around us are in like the double digits. But the things that you brought up about like the bad Apple stores, how has that been with Illinois? Do you know, is there improvement? Are there less bad apples?
Yeah, I mean, I think the data will tell you that Illinois has done a great job holding the gun industry accountable. It's why they are a target state and not a source state, right? So what that means is the gun stores in Illinois have gotten the message that they can't be making these illegal sales because they will be held accountable, because Illinois has they have a dealer licensing scheme in place. They have their own crime gun intelligence analytics system, which is amazing. That's why the traffickers are going outside of the state to bring guns in, right? That's why they are a victim of the Mississippi River Pipeline. Yep. Way in the back.
I was wondering if you could talk about pawn shops as a source of firearms. We discovered an orphan statute that had been on the books in Michigan since 1931, but no one had bothered enforcing it, that bans pawn shops from selling handguns that are secondhand, either pawned or sold secondhand. Our sense is that they're a source of a lot of crime guns in Detroit. There's not a single standard FFL in Detroit. It is all pawn shops. So that's kind of our avenue to get at part of the source here. Our sense is that these are the shadier dealers. Is that accurate, or am I benighting the poor pawn shop industry?
I don't think those words have ever been said. It's a complicated question, right? So, yes, there are definitely crime guns coming from pawn shops. Is it disproportionate? I don't know that I could say that. I can tell you that about 38% of the pawn shops nationwide sell 90% of the guns sold by pawn shops, right? So sort of a context of not every pawn shop, even though they have a gun license, are really selling very many guns. The pawn shops that I would raise an eyebrow to are the ones that don't just pawn and, sell the firearms that fall out of pawn, that are buying new guns. I find that to be generally was an indicator that something is going on there. I would also look at the pawn shops that pay their employees on commission, which absolutely exists. So it's quite a motive to sell a firearm, right? Think about a firearm. I said at the beginning, like average gun's about $500. There's cheaper ones, there's way more expensive ones, but on average about $500. It's a nice commission. So that's what I would look at. I would also look at, I mentioned the Everytown Research Firearms Trafficking Report that we just published. We included in it a couple of states. There were 3 states. We're going to work on some more states. It's very important to understand your specific problem. There are things like what percentage of crime guns are recovered within 10 miles of the gun store they're purchased from. That could be very valuable information, right? Even without having granular data. So if you're in one of those areas of like, okay, and I'm just using hypotheticals here. Let's say I'm in Flint, Michigan, and I know we've had 2,000 crime guns recovered in the past year, and I'm able to look at the data that every town's about to publish, and it says, hey, 60% of the crime guns recovered in Detroit were purchased within 10 miles. Well, now you have something to look at, right? Who are those gun stores within 10 miles? So there's information like that can really help you pinpoint who some of these bad actors are if you don't have the granular trace data. Yes, ma'am?
The states that didn't make your list, what do you say are the very strongest things they're doing?
So the states that are in...
Like Washington wasn't on, we couldn't find Washington, that list.
Oh, you know what? That's probably because I left it off.
Oh, well, I was like, we are so good, darn it.
Yeah, no, sorry, Washington. You are also, you're your own source problem. I can, yeah. Most of them are, right? So, you might not have as high of a percentage, but yeah. We'll get you on the next one. Yes, way in the back.
Hi, thank you. Just wondering if the law enforcement agencies in those states that are doing some of this work at the FFLs, if you are seeing them start to go ahead and step up to do more, and or if there needs to be things that happen legislatively to make that happen. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of these states, these laws are relatively new, so it's taking a little bit of time to put them into action. I can tell you that we're certainly meeting with them as often as possible, meeting with their offices of gun violence as well to try and help and guide them. But there are things that you can do to hold the industry in your area accountable without even passing laws, right? You can go and you can educate the gun stores. There is a portion of this that is awareness, right? Is having a conversation with the gun store owner to say, hey, in the last year we had 3,000 crime guns that were recovered. We want to decrease that, and our data shows that 60% of them were purchased within 10 miles of where they were recovered, right? So we want to educate you on some red flags, right? Things like that. I think unfortunately everyone's been in a little bit of shock of what's going on, and a lot of people don't know. ATF wasn't always the most widely known agency. I think we sort of liked it that way. We just did really, really good work and kept our head down. And so now, we're trying to let everybody know, unfortunately, there are still good people there, but they've been redirected. Yes, ma'am.
Coming back. Who was it? Oh, sorry.
Hi. With South Carolina being a consensual law carry state, how can we combat the gun trafficking that we see because we don't have any policies or regulations on securing gun safety or permits or anything like that, to where now we are seeing an increase in car thefts and car homes where guns are being trafficked and funneled into the streets?
South Carolina. You're one of my pipelines. Yeah, I mean, it's very tough, right? When there's such lax laws, it opens it up for individuals. The examples that I just gave, right? One of them was actually in South Carolina. That's where traffickers thrive. They thrive at gun stores because those gun stores, A, there's nothing legally that is requiring them to not make the sale. And B, they now are starting to understand no one's coming, right? ATF's not going to inspect me, and if they do, pretty sure I'll be okay, right? They repealed the zero tolerance policy in January of this year. Pretty sure I'm not going to get revoked because I didn't know that the guy standing in front of me buying 24 piece of crap pistols using someone else's credit card. I didn't know they weren't for him, right? Oh, okay. You know, I think, unfortunately, right now in some of these areas, it's the traffickers are going to have a field day. And so when you don't have any additional laws in place, I think it's really an educational piece is what you're going to have to lean on, right? You're going to have to educate. And I believe that the vast majority of these gun stores do not want to sell to traffickers who are going to illegally use them, right? Remember the number I gave you, 130,000 licensees, 13,000 sell 90% of the guns? It's not every single one of these gun stores, right? I think the educational and awareness piece is going to be huge to make sure that they have all the tools they need to prevent illegal purchasing, and they understand what happens when these folks do get guns, right? Making sure that they understand they're going to prohibited people, they're going to be used in violent crimes, and they're going to be used in shootings. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just curious. So, with the Trump administration taking office, the DOJ has indicated that they're probably going to revoke the zero tolerance policy once their rulemaking is done, as well as the fact that they have officially invited former gun dealers who lost their licenses or forfeited them due to zero tolerance to apply for their licenses to be reinstated. And additionally, the fact that the Trump DOJ has issued directives to ATF that when dealers violate the NFA and have serious violations, that instead of immediately moving to revoke, there needs to be this whole process where they work, quote unquote, collaboratively with the gun dealer to fix the issues. I'm kind of curious, where do you think there's opportunity now, at least for the time being, to have regulation over gun dealers and try to stop not just education, but like from more of like an official standpoint, where do you see this going in terms of opportunities to try to actually regulate the illegal sale of firearms and trafficked firearms from them, just with so many changes, rollbacks, and new restrictions?
Yep. So the zero tolerance policy is already gone. It was gone in January. It was just a policy. It wasn't a regulation. So it was like any internal policy. We can start a new one, cancel one, right? It's already gone. The administrative action order, the new policy, is already written and is out and being used and being adhered to, right? The whole reason for these policies, national agency, we need to make sure that what we're doing in Texas is the same thing that we're doing in Georgia, right? So that policy is gone. The new policy is in. Yes, it does make it more difficult. You have to have multiple instances of having these same violations. And I'm not saying like we go in and do an inspection, you have 3 instances where you didn't do a background check. No, I'm saying 3 separate inspections where you kept doing it over and over and over again to nearly the point where, willfulness is also just a plain disregard for the law. It doesn't mean, so ATF can revoke your license if you willfully violate the Gun Control Act. Well, willfulness means plain indifference or intentional disregard. Plain indifference is whatever. I can't remember all the things I have to do, right? Intentional disregard is now what they're leaning on. So that's going to make it much more difficult to because are you going to get someone to say, yeah, I knew I had to do that background check and I didn't do it on purpose, right? Good luck. So again, that's why I think I would steer towards looking at the states and what the states can do at this point to regulate the gun industry.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Ooh, I've been looking forward to this all day. So a theme of today was celebrating success. And Baltimore, as you've heard from Tracy from Delaware, New Jersey AG Platkin was talking about Mayor Scott's leadership and the great turnaround, both the gun industry accountability and prevention. And Baltimore is a shining example of when you take a whole of government approach and you invest in prevention and accountability and have a strategy and stick to it, you can really save lives. Homicides are down 30% this year, about 60% from 2021. Yes, there's still a lot of work to be done, but people in Baltimore, my neighbors, my friends, we're all feeling the difference. And it's just wonderful to have something so exciting. We're on track for the lowest recorded levels of homicides. So it's great news, which is important because the Ravens and Orioles haven't given us a lot of great news this year either. But we won't get into that. We're going to stay upbeat. We're going to talk about success. We're not going to talk about those officials. And so anyways, it's really my honor to have Baltimore City Mayor Brandon Scott here to join us today to talk about his leadership and the great things that are happening in Baltimore. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. The Orioles did sign a free agent first baseman today, so I'm feeling good about that. Ravens still have the same offensive line, so I'll leave it at that.
Great. Well, there's a lot for us to talk about, but let's start from the beginning. You made public safety a top priority from day one of your administration, and I would love it if you could just share how your experiences growing up in Park Heights in Northwest Baltimore, how that has motivated your leadership on public safety and gun violence prevention specifically.
Yeah, everyone knows this. This is no secret in Baltimore. Gun violence is the reason why I decided, at 6 or 7 years old, that I wanted to be the mayor of Baltimore. Anybody in the room that's heard of this horse race called Preakness, raise your hand. Right? Right. Preakness happens in my neighborhood, the third Saturday of May, every single year. So I grew up in a neighborhood where every third Saturday of May is the center of the sports world. Literally, the sports world descends on my neighborhood. Now imagine living in that same neighborhood every other day of the year and not be treated as human. That was the experience that I had growing up. It was just expected that I would see gun violence, right? That these things would happen to me, to my friends. It's really jarring when you think about it in that way. But one time this happened, the first time it happened, I asked my mom, my grandparents, aunts, uncles, older cousins, everybody, why no one really cared about what happened. The next day, we were just supposed to go back to school, right? All of these things. And my mom just looked at me in the way that Black moms do when they're trying to not crush your spirit, but also get you to shut up at the same time, and said, if you want to change, you have to do it yourself. And that experience is what drove me to wanting to be the mayor at a very, very young age and set me off on that path. Now, unfortunately, it wasn't the last time that I saw someone get shot. I myself was not a gunshot victim, but was the victim of a robbery, right? And this didn't happen when I lived in Park Heights. This happened when I moved to my nice, fancy neighborhood in Northeast Baltimore. And there was so many things. And I think the way that I always put it to you now, Dr. Andre Bunley, who I've known since before I was in daycare, in pre-K, now works for me. He works and runs my mayor's office of African American male engagement. And he said to me last year, Brandon, you have to remember, you're the first mayor to ever have to live through all the shit. And I said, what do you mean, Doc? He said, think about it. Everybody else, either they don't look like you, so their experience not the same. But even if they did, they were older or they didn't grow up in a neighborhood like Park Heights. They don't have the same experience because it is different when the gun's been in your face, when you've buried friends, when you have to respond to homicides of people that you know, like it's happened to me in my time as mayor. It's very different when you live that life, and that directly connected to it.
And anyone who spent, anyone who spent 5 minutes with Mayor Scott, and he's always out in the community engaging everyone, they can tell that this is something that this commitment to a public health approach and to reducing gun violence and public safety generally is so genuine and heartfelt. And so often we have politicians who will say that they're going to solve something and then they change course. But you've really been so committed and laser focused on this. And I wonder, how do you do that when you're dealing with some criticism along the way? You know, the consolidated media environment makes things a little difficult.
Consolidated media, that's a good way to put it.
But I was wondering, with all the difficulties and the naysayers and the people that thought it wouldn't work, obviously now we know that the numbers don't lie and it's backed up. But how did you kind of deal with that criticism and were able to stick with your strategy?
Yeah, a couple of reasons, and I'm a numbers guy, as you know, so I'm going to make sure that folks hear the numbers directly. One, that's just my nature. That's the young man my family raised me to be. That when you know something is right, you do it, no matter the consequence, even for you. And if you will think back to actually just had this anniversary. I became mayor 5 years ago, 2 days ago, on December 8th of 2020. The very first thing that I said was, I'm going to always do the right thing, not the popular one, even if it is bad for me politically. I live by that. It drives my political staff insane all the time. But also, simultaneously, I have the true lived experience of knowing in many different ways that the old way doesn't work, right? So, for example, if you know that mass arrests and policing while black doesn't work, why would you go back to doing it? Because you know it does not work. And I just want to show you how we know that in so many different ways. So if you think about the year 2004, for example, in a city of roughly 600,000 people, they arrested 91,697 people that year. We had 278 homicides. Last year, we had 201. 201 too many for me, with only 17,872 arrests. Because it's never been about how many. It's about who and for what and how you go about doing that. So for me, having done that, and for someone who started in City Hall 19 years ago as an unpaid intern, who had a front row seat to seeing different types of strategies fail, and ironically, the type of strategy that I'm doing now fail because folks did just that. When the pressure came in, when a bad week happened, when a bad day happened, they broke away from what was working and really didn't consolidate it. So for me, the media noise, I just ignore that, right? There's a certain two groups of media. In fact, right now, they're trying to say that it's not real or that it's not this, it's not that. The mayor has nothing to do with it. But if a week goes bad, it's all the mayor's fault, right? All of those things. Those folks are going to do what they do. They have an agenda that they are going to push no matter what. You just have to ignore that. You have to make sure that you are showing, because as I often say in the words of the immortal Sean Carter, also known as Jay-Z, women lie, men lie, numbers don't. And we have to make sure that the numbers are continue to go down, because to me, those numbers are people. Their lives saved, their families not impacted, their communities that still have people that are able to grow into the best version of themselves. Folks that fix wherever are going to do whatever they say. We have to make sure that we're doing our job. And as I tell everyone that works for me, the most important job that any government can do is to protect the lives of the people that they represent.
So I'd love to get into a little bit more specifics. I think one of the things that people can really learn from your leadership and Baltimore's success is that there's not just one strategy or one tactic. It has to be everything, and it has to be whole government approach, and it has to be a strategy, and holding every city leader accountable and engaging all members of the community. And so I want to go through a few of them. We'll start with a few of the accountability. You mentioned how before there'd be police might, on a Friday, just start going to neighborhoods and locking everybody up that looks a certain way.
My neighborhood.
Your neighborhood. And it didn't work, and it caused so much lasting harm. And but we also still know that if someone shoots someone else, there needs to be accountability. We need, and I want to maybe talk a little bit about the group violence reduction strategy. It's something that had been tried a couple times before in Baltimore to less success, and things fell apart. And this time, you were really committed to it and making sure the police department was data-driven and really were able to identify the people that were driving the violence and making sure that if they continue to cause violence, there'd be accountability. But you also invested in offering them services and support. And I was wondering if you could maybe talk a little bit about the group violence reduction strategy and how it's evolved over the years.
Yeah, GVRS it has been a phenomenal thing, and it's evolved in many ways. Right now, ironically, I was with on the policing side with folks around GVRS stuff earlier today, because we all know, right? Those of us who have evolved brains know that not everybody that lives in these poor, purposely disinvested in neighborhoods that are brown, black, white, wherever, depending on what city you are in America, are not the most likely to be the victim or perpetrator of gun violence. There's always like 2% or less of the population. And instead of adhering to that old adage that everybody that lives in Park Heights, right? This is the reason why I had handcuffs put on me all the time as a young person, because just because I was breathing and black in that neighborhood meant that I was the most likely to be the victim or perpetrator of gun violence. Ironically, people that I knew that carry guns all the time, they never end up in handcuffs, but that's a conversation for another day. But what we did with GVRS is that we did the tough work. And this is the thing that I say to my brother and sister mayors, many who are doing a lot of similar work, because it's not just about Baltimore. We went out and we identified the people, the very people. We started and did that work with our academic partners. I think Jeremy Biddle was here earlier. You guys saw Jeremy earlier today and others. And we found out who those people were. We started, and this is the other thing, you don't grow all across your city very quickly. You have to grow this kind of work responsibly so that as you're going and learning, it becomes more integrated into every facet of what you're doing. We started in the Western District in Baltimore, which is like 3 square miles, 37,000 people, but that was responsible for 16% of the violence in the city of Baltimore. And we started in the Western District, and then we had to delay. Because everybody, with the exception of me and 2 other people, said that, well, to do GVRS, you're going to have to find supports for young black men ages 18 to 24. I'm like, I'm telling you guys are going to be wrong about this. They're like, no, we're not. I'm like, okay, we'll see. And lo and behold, when we did the data analysis, the group was 30 to 34-year-olds. And there were no organizations that can do that. So we partnered and brought in YAP. And what we do is very simple. And now we're in 5 out of our 9 police districts. We only have 4 to go. We actually give folks a chance. They get a letter directly from me that says, I know who you are, essentially. I know what you do. This is your last and only chance to change your life. If you need housing, education, job training, mental health, substance abuse, whatever, you want to be relocated, we'll help you do that. But if you don't, and you continue to do what you're doing, I'm not playing. We're going to move you away from the neighborhood. A lot of folks have taken us up on that and gotten those help. Got help. Good quick story. It happened twice in the last week. This is now like the 4th or 5th time that it's happened. I was, the day before Thanksgiving, actually, serving dinner at the Goodwill Thanksgiving dinner at the Baltimore Convention Center. And this young man just walked up to me and said, Mr. Mayor, I need your help with something. I said, what's that? He said, I got a letter from you in the mail. I have no idea what it means. And I said, oh, you got the letter? He said, yes. So I brought over one of my team from Muncie, and actually one of my Safe Streets leaders was there. And we had a conversation with him and told him what that letter meant. And now he's getting help. Then, yes, very good. Very good story. Then I was actually out on the corner of Bel Air and Erdman, a corner that I frequent, but that has been a notorious corner in Baltimore for some time, going into a beauty supply store to buy some juices and berries for my head. And another young man walked up to me and said, I got a letter from you in the mail yesterday. That's when I knew. Now that this is starting to happen more frequently, people know what it means, even if they say they don't know what it means, but also that they're asking for the help. And then there are some other folks that we've had to go through police work, right? We remove them from our neighborhoods. We have them prosecuted by our state's attorney or our attorney general, and that has to happen as well. But I think the numbers are very good. Over the 335 participants who've taken that support, 94% have not been re-victimized, and over 90% have not recidivated to the things that they were doing before. And that's how we're going to continue to do that work.
And I really think you can't overstate how incredibly important it is. So many times with Focus Assurance or GVRS or the different names, they make sure that the law enforcement has all the money they need to do the job, and then they offer the services and the help. They don't fund it, and it's not available. It's an empty promise. But you put federal money and city money behind this, and those
and private
services and private money.
Yeah, for us, we have, this is now a focus that everyone knows, and it has to be. I think I can't say this enough, that when you're doing a all of government, all in approach, it has to be that way on every single thing from every agency. So when you think about something like GVRS, right? it's not just that we have to have the community moral voice support. We have to have Amansi to lead it. We have to have the folks on the service side. It also has to be integrated in what BPD does, right? And understanding that it has to be, now we have shooting reviews and violence reviews, and everyone knows. We have to know if things are a group member involved or not, so that we can be focusing in on the right people, using the data to focus in every way, not just ripping and running up and down the street and saying any and everybody, but knowing exactly who. If something happens, if this person is beefing with this person, even if, and I think that this is, if Greg's not here, but if Greg was here, he would remind us all that only 11% of homicides in the country are tied to gangs, right? Right? We have to understand that. And we have to help people evolve the understanding that even in instances when someone is a drug dealer, chances are, if they're shot, it's not because they deal drugs. It's about some personal, petty thing that happened to them just because of who they are and what they do in their personal life, not their quote-unquote job that they do every day. Everybody that rolls their ankle that's an NFL player didn't roll it in the game. He could have done it at home, right? I think we have to understand that. And for us, we also have to diversify the way that we fund it. You have to understand that the federal government wins change, right? So we did not overly rely on any source of funding. Last year, I pulled some GVRS funding off of and onto the city, right? More of it onto the city. But we've also always had philanthropic partnership and work partnerships with our state government so that we all understand that we have to be rowing this boat towards a safer Baltimore together.
And I'm so glad you mentioned the moral voice. I've never seen another city really actually make sure that we uplift those voices that are able to really change the culture.
One has me going viral again this week.
And so there's accountability, there's intervention, but then, you know, we talked earlier, it was a shout out for the work you all did with some partners in the room on going after the ghost guns and keeping those guns away from our city. But I also want to say that you've also been very dedicated to making sure that this is generational change and investing in youth, something that's always been very important to you, whether it's victim services or rec centers or libraries. Can you tell a little bit about how you think about stopping the violence now and investing in the future?
Yeah, and it's actually great that you asked me that question right now. Last Saturday, I had to pop into Department of Rec and Parks holiday party for one reason, really. Rec and Parks was honoring a young lady who has worked for Rec and Parks for 48 years. It was my first ever track coach at Towanda Rec Center. And I say to tell that story because myself, he's not here today, one of the members of my protection detail, we all know that Miss Mary helped to save our lives because them keeping us busy in that rec center in Towanda kept us from the world that Park Heights was back then, right? We didn't know any different because that's the world that we grew up in. But now as adults, we can look back and say, holy crap, right? Like, how in the world did we actually survive all of the things that we had to survive to make it through this point? And for me, knowing that and then seeing as a young man, right, having the library in my neighborhood in Park Heights be closed down when I was a young person, and us had to go 2 miles further to get to the library, which is almost impossible on MTA, Maryland Transit Authority, transportation in Baltimore. That's another story. But seeing Towanda Rec Center, literally, when I came into office, I visited Towanda Rec Center because it was closed. And it literally looked exactly the same in 2021 as it did when I first went there in 1989. Nothing had changed. And having saw so many other of them be closed and go away, I said that we were going to do something different, that we had already started to make historic investments into our public schools, right? We had to pass a tax and all these things that was unpopular. And in my first term, we built or renovated 11 new schools. But I wanted to usher in a new era for recreation and parks and youth investment in Baltimore in general, because I knew that it wasn't just going to be about what we were doing now. We had to make the upstream investments. And in order to invest upstreams, you have to have the infrastructure to do so. So we laid out what was a rec rollout plan and a $200 million capital plan to dealing with rec and parks. And what we did is that we used ARPA, thank you, $80 million in ARPA funds to help jumpstart that. And what we decided to do was build a lot of rec centers, right? Opening rec centers that were closed, even some that were closed by my political opponents, which I got a kick out of, reopening them, expanding others, building brand new rec centers in buildings that were vacant schools, right? And what you see now popping up over the city and doing something that I can't imagine that we had to do. There were pools, swimming pools in Baltimore, right? The first thing that you have to have in addition to a pool is legally by federal law, you got to have like a bathroom and a shower. We had no bathroom, no shower, but they had metal fences in the middle of swimming pools in the city of Baltimore, right? That I don't know whoever thought that was a good idea. But we also, so we've opened 6 or 7 new rec centers since I've been the mayor of Baltimore, 6 new pools. We have 5 rec centers that are under construction right now. We have another 2 pools that are going to open. The Department of Rec and Parks operational budget, we've increased by 40% since I've been there, and they have the largest capital budget increase as well. But we didn't stop there. That library that was closed actually is under construction. We're building a brand new library in Park Heights. We opened the first new library branch in 15 years in East Baltimore just a few weeks ago. We've made historic investments. We had 8,500 young people in our summer Youth Works program last summer. We're going to continue to invest in all the things for our young people, because I always say that for me, I was looked at as a young person in Baltimore as a problem to solve. I want to make sure that everyone looks at our young people as a resource to invest in so that you're getting your greatest return. I just saw a superstar walk in the back. I think I saw Greg Jackson walk in the back. I saw his aura walking in the door.
Well, I'll let you help me introduce him in a minute, but I got one more question for you. We have just incredible advocates, survivor advocates, public health officials, some lawyers, and it's fine, we'll allow them in the room. They do some good stuff sometimes. But we have people, they're going to go back to their communities all around the country. And what advice do you have for them when they engage their elected officials for how they can maybe replicate some of the successes that Baltimore has experienced? And kind of to combine with that, the importance of building partnerships to kind of build and then sustain these successes.
Yeah, I think it's not about just replicating. I always say is learning and adapting, right? If you ask any mayor, they say the best thing about being mayor is you get to steal from other mayors and make the idea your own and make it better. And that's what we do, right? And I say this all the time when I'm having a conversation like this. Myself, Mayor Woodfin, Mayor Johnson, all of us, we are standing on the shoulders of Mayor Ross Baraka, who was the first to do it and do it the right way and have great success. And it's now our job, as he would say, to take it even further, to make it so that some folks are coming behind us will take us to an even safer America. Because when you look at all the conversation nationally right now, this is why a lot of people are angry at me, no matter what side of the aisle they sit on. Folks are asking the wrong people. No disrespect to the folks that live in Washington, D.C. that are not the mayor of Washington, D.C., but they don't know how to drop down violence in cities because they don't have to do it every day. Mayors, the folks, local police folks, local violence intervention workers, all those folks in those places on the ground, community members, they know how to do it because we do it and live it every single day. It would just to challenge them to adapt things to their city, to learn the best practices, to do all of the things. They're gonna be under tremendous pressure to do the one thing that's gonna make violence go down. There isn't one thing to make violence go down. You have to do all of it, right? It's just important for me that I'm suing gun companies and gun stores as it is that we're doing violence intervention and prosecuting cases every day, right? Because we have to deal with it. Like, I said it earlier, a young man in West Baltimore can't get to East Baltimore easy. I know for sure he didn't go to Georgia to buy this gun. Like, I know that, right? He can't get there. We have to do all the things and all of the things well. And everybody that works for them has to not just know, but understand and feel it in their bones that if they're not focused on this, then their job is going to be at risk. That's how you have to be successful. Driving down violence has to be the number one priority for all the people that work for them in order to have the success necessary.
Once again, on behalf of everyone, thank you so much for coming, sharing this, and just thank you so much for your commitment and doing gun violence reduction the right way. And excited to continue to follow the progress and hope to have you back soon in the future. We're going to go into closing remarks. Do you want to help me bring up Rob and Greg?
Oh, wow. The dynamic duo. They're both sweating like, oh, no. I also, in addition to mayor, I'm a stand-up comedian, if you didn't realize that. I think with these two gentlemen, I think that not just me as a mayor, but I think really the country owes them a lot because when folks ask me how are we able to do these things so quickly, much of it is because we had support at the highest office in the land, in the White House, and that these gentlemen are the face of it, Greg and Rob. Whenever we had questions, whenever the ideas, when we had this crazy idea that we should be allowed to use ARPA money to fund community violence intervention work, because as they would tell you, that wasn't always part of the plan. They were the folks that took that ball for us and fought and brought it home. So I would say that if it were not for these two gentlemen being where they were for that period of time, countless lives across this country has been saved because they served and served with great dignity. So thank you very much to both of you. The dynamic duo, everybody.
Hello. How y'all doing? Good. I said Rob's gonna kick it off, but I'm just excited to see all y'all. I just drove about 98 miles per hour down 95 from Philly to get here, and I made it. So we need you to match this energy. So how y'all feeling? Good, good, good. All right, let's give it up for the better looking half of the duo, Rob Wilcox.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so Greg, this morning he goes, oh yeah, I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna be in Philly all day. I was like, how am I gonna do this by myself? But he drove 90 miles an hour, he made it here. And the truth is, I think it's important for us to be together because what we need to remind each other, everyone in this room, watching at home, involved in this work, is that we don't need to ask permission for our solutions anymore. We don't know how to ask whether or not they work. We don't need to ask, should the government be doing this? We know those answers. We have lived that truth at the highest levels of government, and what we have is the receipts to show that it works. You heard the mayor up here talking about the drops in violence, but the thing is, Baltimore is not unique. In Chicago right now, someone just told me they're about to see a 50% reduction in homicide. New York City just saw the longest stretch without a homicide in decades. Camden, New Jersey experienced a summer without a homicide for the first time ever. Our next speaker is going to tell us in Rhode Island, they just had a spike in violence in Providence. You know how many homicides they have so far this year? 4. The progress that we are waiting for on this issue is happening every single day, and our job and our challenge is not to walk away from the solutions we know work, but to own and double down on them. The fact of the matter is that we don't have a White House, and heck, we barely even have a White House standing anymore. But what we do have is 15 state offices of gun violence prevention. We have nearly 100 local offices. We got health systems, law enforcement, community-based organizations. We have everything we need to reduce this crisis. And Greg's gonna tell you where we're going next.
Nice. I wanna reinforce one big thing. If the next couple of weeks go well, In the last 3 years, we will have reduced homicides by 48.9%. That's 48.9%. And that means that years like this, we're looking at around 6,000 lives lost versus 12,000 at the peak of this crisis in 2021 and 2022. And like so many of you, and I see a lot of familiar faces, a lot of us come to this work through loss and through trauma and through suffering and through missing loved ones. And going into a holiday, we won't see those loved ones. But I want to remind you that that's 6,000 additional people who are home and safe because of your work. And when we talk about we have solutions, we went from this being an unsolvable crisis where there's no hope, nothing's happening, nothing will ever be done, to now a problem with proven solutions. And there's so much to be proud of. And I know I wasn't here, I looked at the agenda. All of those solutions are part of this broader plan and strategy. And to keep it simple, if we invest in violence prevention and we move accountability upstream, we know it works. And the most beautiful thing is now cities get it, governors get it. Senator Warnock at the Congressional Black Caucus, he was quoting our talking points that we developed as a movement, right? But the work that we've done and the strategies that we pushed have now moved into really the ecosystem or the bloodline of how people see public safety. And there's so much to be proud of. But as Rob said, this is not the time to stop or to slow down. This year, I've already done 3 hearings in Congress. I got in a shouting match with Senator Hawley. Went viral. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was nuts. He reposted it. They did 2 Fox News specials dragging my ass. You know, I was like, I guess that's a good thing though, right? I don't know anybody else in the movement been dragged on Fox News, so we obviously pissing somebody off, right? But it's exciting to be in those rooms, but it's also sobering because what they're trying to do is paint a new narrative of why violence is reducing. The first hearing, they said that, hey, people have more guns now. That's why it's making us safer. That's why we need concealed carry reciprocity, so we can conceal carry all over the country. We know that's false, right? The second hearing, they said that our social services and strategies are just an excuse to defund the police. When we know that this administration made the largest investment in law enforcement in the last 20 years, as well as investing in community violence intervention and victim services and school safety and mental health and all the above. And when in fact, I know this is cap, but deal with it, Republicans cut law enforcement budget of ATF specifically by $400 million and had the nerve to blame our movement, right? That was the second hearing. And the third hearing was they're trying to make a case that the economic approach to making our economy stronger is investing in more efforts to deport those who they are scapegoating, who are undocumented, and that investing and doubling down on punitive or carceral strategies to reduce violence. And they're literally saying this in the halls of Congress with their hands on the Bible. So they are trying to snatch our progress, snatch our narrative, snatch our solutions, and turn them into their own. But that's why we are so important, that we have to talk about what works. We have to show people what works, and also realize that there are parts of the country that have not quite integrated this. We need more efforts in the South. We need more efforts in the Southwest. We need deeper efforts in the Midwest. Shout out to North Carolina. They're killing it out there. Yeah, North Carolina killing it. But we gotta dig deeper because there are so many communities that are suffering. There are so many cities and states that don't have the policies, that don't have the resources, and now no longer have a federal infrastructure to support them. And so we always said this, that the White House was never the destination. It was simply a vehicle. But if you need some urgency to find vehicles now, this is it. This is the CarMax time, y'all. Like, we have got to get to them because we have mayors that are desperate for change and policy on both sides of the aisle. We have state legislators that are dealing with a real crisis and need solutions. And we have bipartisan solutions. But now we have to get to them as aggressively and urgently as possible while we continue to own the narrative of our life-changing work. There's no other health crisis in our lifetimes that we've cut in half in 3 years other than COVID-19. And that required us to shut the whole damn government down, schools down, everything down. So we have the second most successful approach to a public health crisis in our lifetime. We should own that, we should sell that, we should push that, fight for it, but we also need to fund it and usher in a new chapter. And so I'm gonna pass it back to Rob because please give it up for Rob. He is actually the new president of Fund for Safer Future. And so when we say fund it, you know, we know who to look at. Fund it. But no, pass it back to Rob to talk a little bit more about the way ahead.
All right. It was
Cut the checks.
Form a line to the left. We'll be taking applications. But let's give it up for Greg and his testimony. Because what I've seen you do is some of the most courageous things anyone could do. You are going into the lion's den. You are confronting them. They have the advantage, but you are defending our movement. You are defending our progress, and you are giving them hell. But the thing is we have to be clear about a few things, and we got to dispel the myths. The myth that this crisis is unsolvable. You just heard Greg tell us these numbers. You know some of them. We got to know all of them. We have to be crystal clear in telling people that we have ways to solve this crisis, and it comes with investment in program and in intervention across all forms of violence, intimate partner violence, community violence, suicide, targeted violence. We don't leave any of it out. But we gotta people know that that's how we know how to make progress, and we are making progress. And that doesn't mean we don't focus on unsolved homicides, as Diana's gonna talk about. It doesn't mean we don't mourn and grieve the losses that we've suffered. It means that we let people know that we know what works. The second thing we have to do is we cannot keep saying we have never made federal progress. I still hear people telling us that this movement hasn't made federal progress. Do you know how many other big social issues, contentious issues, had a bipartisan success last Congress? 0. Choice, environment, literally any other. Go down the list of issues. There was nothing that was bipartisan like our Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. There was no office in the White House that took more executive actions than our issues office. We cannot let the narrative keep going that we have not made progress. Are we going to make progress this year? No. Yeah. Who said yes? Kat said yes. Let's get her on stage next. But look, the fact that we might not make progress this year doesn't mean that we should be telling people we've never made progress. It does not mean that we should live in this false narrative that we haven't been able to crack the code in Congress. We haven't been able to exercise power. We have done those things. We have to be clear about that, because that is the hope that leads you to think that we'll get it again. Because I'm not going to wait another 30 years for the next Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. We're going to do it in the next 3. Right? I mean, 3 years, what are we going to have? New president, new Congress, new gun law. But the third thing we got to know is to get there, we got to be building now. It's not about mourning what we've lost in terms of the federal government. And it's not about just thinking that when we get back there and there's new people in those seats that we just turn a spigot back on and we restart the engine, right? Like, there's no water going to come out of that tap because this administration has broken all the pipes. They have broken CDC and ATF. You heard Mariana tell you about that work that's done. It is gone, right? She told you that. They're not even inspecting gun dealers anymore, not alone doing gun trafficking cases. They've basically gutted the CDC's Division of Violence Prevention. They're taking funding out left and right. We have to replumb this whole house. That means we got to have a plan for it. And in this intervening years, we got to spend the time innovating in our states, road testing our solutions so that we show back up to the federal government, we know exactly what we're going to do on day one. Because we can't wait. We can't wait 3 years to open an Office of Gun Violence Prevention. We got to do that on day one. So those are 3 things that I think are just so crystal clear. But as Greg said, I am going to start this new job in January, so don't come up to me before then. But let me just tell you about the Fund for Safer Future if you haven't heard about it. When I went to them, they've already started doing the hard work. They have 35 philanthropies at the table, some of the biggest in the country. The Balmers, the Arthur Blanks, as well as a lot of community level foundations. They got foundations that focus on suicide, on homicide, on intimate partner violence. These foundations are all at the table, and they want to do more on this issue. So we got to be bringing them, which I guess means me, the ideas. Right? The ideas of what we're going to research, the ideas of what we're going to innovate on, the ideas of how we are going to keep the momentum going. Because here's one thing I know is We got to research what we've done and understand exactly what's driving this violence. We got to understand how we are treating the trauma in this country effectively. We got to innovate in the places we still have power, and we got to plan for the future. And we got to motivate these philanthropies that have the same optimism that we have, the same belief in our solutions, because one of the things I said to them is that what excites me about this job is not the programs to support, it's the people. Because this movement and this room is what's powering this movement.
All right. Good stuff. So I'm getting the time nod. So I got a couple quick things for you. One is a wise man once said, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. Y'all know that one, right? Well, we might be on the menu right now. We know our policies are being attacked. Our resources are being attacked. Our narrative's being attacked. Our character is being attacked. But my challenge to you, I have three things. One, if you're not at that table, build a new table, okay? Build a new table. And that means I know certain folks in the States. I'm looking at Becky. I'm looking at my folks in Pennsylvania. I'm looking at Massachusetts. They're building new new tables every day to fight petitions, to fight for CVI funding, to fight ballot initiatives. We have to figure out how do we build a table and build new coalitions to fight back. Secondly, we got to expand the table. I came from Philly. I just sat down with school systems that represent 100 counties across the country. And all of them want to focus on keeping our kids safe. None of them knew about this conference. So we've got to build this table and bring new folks into the room. Law enforcement, education, health-based, Parks and Rec, as Mayor Scott shared. They all should be a part of your table. Expand it. We saw it at the White House. They're hungry to be a part of the solutions because they're dealing with this problem too. And the third thing I will say is don't just build it. Don't just expand it. Put some wheels on that shit. Get that table moving. Take that thing to your Capitol Hill, to your state legislature, to your city council, to your mayor's office. There are too many governors that are still emailing us, right, and asking for solutions and ideas when we know y'all are in the states. We know you know just as much, if not more, than we do, right? Many of you much more. But we have to figure out how to get our work into the hands and into the rooms where decisions are being made and policies are being developed because they are hungry for solutions. And if they're not, we call them out. All right, so those are my three things. What was the first one? Build a table. He sleep. Build a table. Okay, second one. Expand the table. And back there, Bob, what was the third one? Put some wheels on that thing. All right. So with that said, we'll say it one more time. Build. Expand. And put some wheels on that shit. All right, thank you, Rob. Anything else?
I think that's going to wrap us up. Look forward to seeing you at the reception. And Greg, we're going to find out who Greg thinks he's smarter than in this room because you said some of you know more, which means some of you might not.
Only you, Rob.
Well, it's also my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Diana Garlington. And she's come all the way from Rhode Island. She showed up at 1 a.m., drove straight through. She is a survivor who was working on this issue before the pain, as she'll tell you, but she has turned it into beautiful purpose. What she told me about her work in the back room was remarkable. And so please give it up for Diana.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before we talk about policy, legislation, or bills, let's talk about the sound that changes everything. The sound of a phone ringing, 2:45 on a Friday morning. The knock on the door no parent ever wants to answer. The moment when life splits into before and after. In this room today, I see that there sit survivors, mothers, fathers, lawmakers, community leaders, and families who have buried someone they loved. You are also people who carry the responsibility to make sure fewer families have to. We all are here for one reason: And that reason is because violence touched our lives in different ways. And because none of us, no matter our title or position, are immune to its reach. Again, my name is Diana Gollington, and I am not here because I plan to be an advocate. I am here because gun violence took my beautiful baby daughter, Essence. From that moment on, my life was no longer just my own. It became a promise that my daughter's name would not fade into a statistic and not just another number. Her name was Essence, and she was born and given a name. A promise that my pain would not be wasted. A promise that what tried to break me would instead move me. And that promise is what built everything I am standing on today. And so it began. I didn't know anything about legislation. I didn't know how to speak to lawmakers. I didn't know how to organize rallies or draft bills. What I did know was silence was not an option. So I turned my grief into purpose, my pain into power, and my heartbreak into action. That is how Safer Communities for Justice was born. Safer Communities for Justice started with one simple goal, and that was to make sure that no family ever feels invisible in their grief the way that so many of us have done to gun violence. It became a space for mothers, siblings, and survivors to speak, to heal, and to demand change. What started as a response to loss became a movement rooted in love, accountability, and justice. As I kept showing up at vigils, classrooms, city halls, and eventually the State House, something incredible began to happen. People started listening. Lawmakers started asking questions, and my lived experience, my grief, my voice began shaping policy. Today, I stand here as someone who has been part of 9 historic legislative bills, just in the state of Rhode Island. Thank you. That number still takes my breath away. Among them is the assault weapons ban. It's a bill that once felt impossible, but now is a part of our state's history. Every step I took, Essence took it with me. Her name was in every testimony. Her memory sat with me. Her future was being rewritten. This was never about words in a bill. It was always about names in our hearts, and what the world tried to take away from me became the very thing that built me stronger. I want people to understand this. Advocacy is not born from perfection. It is born from pain. It is born from loss. It is born from the moment you decide that our story and every story will not end in tragedy, but in transformation. Essence's life did not end in silence. Her legacy now lives in laws and protections that our young people may never even know that is being done in her name. It is also letting them know that they will have a safer life to live because of her. And as for me, I am still that same mother, a grieving mother that carries an onion in her pocket every single day. Along with that, as I was saying, it has also led and built me to become someone with more power. Today, I am also an Emmy and Telly Award winner, and that grief, when it is guided by purpose, we can move governments. So today, I don't stand here only in remembrance of what I lost. I stand here in honor of what was built. I stand here as a reminder that loss does not have the final word, but Essence's legacy does. Thank you.
Thank you for another wonderful day. We're not quite done yet, but I am excited that we're going to be doing a networking reception for the next 45 minutes. We have some food and some soft drinks available. I want to thank our sponsor, Fund for a Safer Future, for helping sponsor this networking reception. I want you guys to continue these conversations. And then in 45 minutes, we're going to regroup here for the DC premiere of a 22-minute short documentary, Pieces of the Puzzle. It's an uplifting and positive documentary about the power of community violence intervention, and then we'll have a 30-minute panel with some leaders from the DC area that have been doing this work successfully for years. And so please enjoy the networking, the fellowship, the community, the conversations, and I'll see you back here in 45 minutes. Thank you.